Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Wappleville. Well, I guess welcome back to Moria because we've got our cat Gimli here. I forget what he's called. This is from Apache Studios right here. We're gonna paint him up, and we're gonna do the same kind of color scheme that we did down there. Hey there, Armored Wolf. Well, hopefully, I don't know. Maybe it means you actually get some sleep tonight or something like that. If you just kind of say, well, nothing more I can do here. Hopefully, that's kind of the case. I think I'm going to go orange tabby on him, so that's why we got that picture over there. Now, I think we'll just do this tomorrow here. I have to say, Armored Wolf, the supports on these things are really, really bad. They're some of the worst supports I've ever seen. They're just too light. Also, Armored Wolf, oh, I forgot to tell you that I had another one of those bricks. Yeah, I had another resin brick last night, and just with it being so cold, there was no way I could take it outside to try and basically hammer it off the build plate with a chisel. So yeah, not sure. Well, we'll see how that goes. I'm basically down to one printer now. We'll see how that goes. So sorry that everything is well, it's been kind of mischievous there, that's for sure. So yeah, Armor Wolf, no idea what causes it because I'll use those same files somewhere else and they'll be just fine. So there is literally no rhyme or reason to it whatsoever. Let's just start doing this. Again, there's no rocket science here, or rocket surgery as we started to call it. Hey there, AD. So that's looking really good. Let's see. I guess now I was wondering how far along is it? How close to completion are you on that bad boy or lady right there? So yeah, ironically enough, a very long-haired orange tabby here. I just figured, with the long beard here, we could probably go with the same deal. Of course, AD, once there's more folks here, if you want to post a link in the chat, like usual, that'd be sensational. And of course, yeah, well, Kate was talking about, how the cat just seemed to grow while she was there. Cat just seemed to get bigger and bigger. Do I want? Yeah. Let's just do that. Let's do a little bit of that over here. So we're going green cloak here. Actually, this is going to have a little bit more of a different type of a color scheme here. Obviously, here we went with the blue, but we're going to go as Gimli as possible. Let's get some of that on here, like so. A little more this way. So yeah, Armored Wolf, no idea what causes that. All I can imagine is I don't know, as I'm hitting the buttons, something weird happens. What's crazy is that I could get a replacement build plate on Amazon, not terribly expensive. Now, of course, this doesn't always mean much, but it says it's not going to be here till almost late February. So Armored Wolf, what's weird is that each printer has done it, and then, well, the other one was fine. I just have a feeling that somehow I don't think it's the files either because I swear I've printed the same file and again on a different printer or whatever, and it didn't do that. This was with Highland Miniatures figures, so it's been every you know there's nothing like, okay, was this manufacturer, or this sculptor's files that did this. I mean, it's never done that to Highland Miniatures files. So yeah, unfortunately, Armored Wolf, that screwed up everything. I was hoping to try and start filming that Highland Miniatures High Elf series. Well, there's no miniatures, and now I'm down a printer, so I don't think that's gonna happen. Now, AD, it's going to be interesting to see just how far that process goes, right, and how big that kitty gets. Okay, we did that. Here, let's shove that thing back in there. Uh, as of about, I don't know, 8 o'clock tonight, neither one of these was even on a base. So we had to prep these pretty quick. There was some rapid fire prep work on these things. Now I do want to. I don't think I'm going to go with the green eyes here because we already did that with Cat Ladriel. And I still haven't, speaking of green, I still haven't gotten the greenery on this. I was hoping to maybe do that after the stream tonight. So get the greenery on that, get the greenery on our cat doff here, and even our Argo kitties. Do the same thing, and also with the water effects. I might try to use what little uh, UV water effect that I've got because there's really not that much here. I might try to use at least maybe at the start to fill in most of it, then use the other stuff on top of that. Nice to see you there, Valfera. Actually, Valfera, I do believe it's warmer up here than it is down there. Actually, I think AD, it's warmer by me than it is by you. Well, I don't know. It's in the mid 20s here. Yeah, actually, AD, I wasn't. I. It seems like there's a bunch of either ice and snow, or ice with a little bit of snow headed your way. So here's hoping that that goes okay for you there. Velfair was interesting. It's always kind of hard, and I think you know what I mean. It's kind of hard to tell when there's actually a paint sale. I mean, it's not like that's a super negative thing. It's just, well, it always says there's this much off. I did get those high flow. Oh yeah, AD. I got the high flow golden acrylics. They're coming this way. Yeah, AD. Oh, that's right. Well, let's see. It's oh yeah, it will be a. No, it'll be Friday. That's right. Again, I'm all messed up because we had college football on a Thursday. Actually, yeah, Valfair, what'd you think of college football on a Thursday? I would actually like college football Saturday to Saturday, as in Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, back to Saturday. More college football, more better, right, Valfera? AD, I have no way to know, although it just seems like stuff arrives faster here because, well, the HQ is in Galesburg, so it seems like I get my Dick Blick stuff faster than, like, say, Grand Oracle. His stuff sometimes takes a bunch longer than it does to get to me. Yeah, AD, what's funny is you might still end up with more than we're going to get here. I think maximum we're looking at maybe an inch and a half, which basically is nothing. Let's see. Yeah, Velfair. Well, hopefully, again, things don't get too crazy for you there. Now, again, we're going to have to go with kind of a burgundy stuff on the sleeve. Even the bracers are going to be kind of a not necessarily metal type color. They're going to be more of that kind of burgundy leather color. So yeah, ED, I'm hoping that, well, let's see, if it's Thursday, well, practically Friday, maybe, I think the earliest Wednesday next week. AD is the earliest they would be here, which means they would kind of be arriving too late for the next filming cycle anyhow. But I was going to try those maybe on some buildings first. Yeah, I was that's yeah, Velfear. I was kind of wondering about that next. Again, I'm trying to think the last time we had any real snowfall here. Of course, we could always get that real snowfall for Adepticon, so there is that. Well, of course, AD, you know that sometimes April we get our biggest snowfalls then, because it's that same kind of wet, heavy snow that's hitting down south. I mean, I've seen 6 to 8 inch snowstorms in April here. See if we can rack up one of those for Adepticon. Well, you know what? I just realized that while Milwaukee is not that much farther north than here, I think you're actually even more likely to get maybe a little bit of snow action up there in March than you are here. Because at that time of year, that little bit of difference, that extra 90-ish miles or so, that could make a difference. Yeah, uh-huh. So all these folks that wanted it to be in Milwaukee, if we get 5 inches of snow up there and they get trapped there, I'll just be like, this is what you wanted. This is what you said. You wanted it. You wanted it somewhere else. Well, you got your somewhere else. Enjoy the snow. So yeah, that's right. I forgot all about that. That could make things quite interesting. Makes you want to come to Adepticon, doesn't it, Velfira? So yeah, that's when I just realized that sometimes, especially when well, Velfira, you can see what the difference here in this event makes, right? If you're 50 miles to the south, you're probably just getting rain. If you're 25 miles, then you're getting the sleet. If you're another 25, you're getting the really heavy snow, and then another 25, you're just kind of getting moderate snow. That all fits within 90 miles. Again, I'm not a math expert, but all that to me sounds like it's less than 90-ish miles. So yeah, might want to bring your winter garments there for Adepticon. Okay, that's... I mean, just in case we need to get... We also have Boromir here. Oh, I do have this one. And again, this is why these supports are garbage, because as you can see, we're missing the rest of the sword there. So not quite sure how we do that, but yeah, this is... Oh, and there's even the broken horn over there. Hey there, Sleepy, how you doing? So great to see you again there, Sleepy. And this, I had to just cut a piece of plastic off of another axe just to try and make something. So Sleepy, great to see you. I hope that you are doing well. No, 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 no. Let's get more of this in there. Yeah, something like that. I was just about to put all this skin tone there, and I went, oh, yeah, well, maybe not. Maybe not there. Sleepy Wolfy, that's, I was almost wondering if I should, like, cut a piece of sword, well, again, from another set there, and just kind of put it to the side, say, oh, look, his sword is broken, too. So, yeah, great mimes think alike there, Sleepy. Speaking of mimes, okay, let's get that orange in there. So yeah, if you're gonna print those files, just do yourself a favor. And oh, I don't have my asphaltum out here. Let's get that let's get your asphaltum out here. There it is. Velfera, I don't know if I got the manganese blue oil. I did get one thing of oil paint. Oh, that's right. I was trying to get some of the griffins. I was trying to get some of the griffins here. Let's see. Actually, I was even looking at like Michael Graham and stuff like that for some certain things here. Okay, where the heck are we here? Let's do this. Do we have a... Oh, look at this. Okay. Oh, oh wow, I got a William. Oh, that's yep, AD. We had to get our asphaltum going, right? Got to get your asphaltum out on that pallet. I got Griffin, Prussian Blue. Oh, and basically quinacridone magenta. Now I also got the Williamsburg Van Dyke Brown Valfera. That's no. I'm gonna take the asphaltum. A little bit of our. Oh no, I'm just gonna have to get all this stuff off of here. Where the heck is my paper towel? There you go. There's a paper towel. So Sleepy, yeah, you've got Bora Meow. You got I don't know what they called Gimli, and of course we did two of the Argo kitties. All right, we did two of those. There was actually the last one of these we painted was Cat Doff, right there, and then of course Cat Ladriel. And then a whole bunch of the high flows. So it's going to be interesting, AD, to see just what those things can do. And obviously, they are very specifically meant for the airbrush. Now, actually, well, hopefully people saw the tutorial because I posted that yesterday. Yeah, I posted that tutorial yesterday. So these are from Apache Studios. They're Sleepy on My Mini Factory. Oh, actually, Valfera, well, it's kind of over now. But I did manage to get another set of winter sale files. There was a bunch of folks, Valfera, that were not doing the winter sale. Let me see. I think not Bellinok, but I think was it Nutshow Ulti? They weren't doing. Oh, it's the other one. What are they called? Nah, sorry, can't remember. But yeah, there was a few that unfortunately weren't doing the winter sale. I got some basically things for 28. It was a variety of stuff. Some things for 28 mil, some things for skin tone videos. Just a little bit of a selection of different stuff. Mostly stuff that could be gotten very cheaply. And so, because some of the things that I wanted to get, like some, basically it was a bunch of train uh, workers and stuff for my brother. Those weren't part of the sale, so I went, all right, well, no point in getting these. I can get them anytime. So AD, I think you've seen I've done at least 2, 3 videos just on these as regular paint, actually, kind of as a, what would you say, like a precursor to oils. You know, when you're trying to figure out what you want to do and get kind of used to oils, those are the kind of things, the inks and such. Those you can kind of use those almost a bit like oils because you're mixing the lighter opaque stuff with it, and you got that semi-opaque stuff, and that is, well, that's a lot like what you have going on with the oil paints. Oh, Yadaro. Wow, Valfera, you reminded me. Yeah, it was Yadaro, that's it. You know what? Give me this. Where's that main? Oh, wrong shell. Just for funsies, I'm gonna throw this out there. I'm throwing this over here. 1 second, there we go. I'm gonna do this. We're gonna do this here. Something along these here. Let me get some more stuff in there. A little bit of that. So Velfira, I think, well, let's see. Again, there's about, ooh, actually Velfira, believe it or not, I mean, this is like a sum in total, but there's about 10 different videos, at least maybe a dozen, where I'm using the Liquitex inks. I mean, here's another one. Think of it, Vel, for all the ones where I was basically mixing them with the primer. So yeah, the Liquitex inks were a big part of this. Remember, this was mostly primer painted, and we also made the fluorescent primer there. So those have been super handy. I really do like the Green Stuff World inks. The problem is all of those stupid containers all clog because that little dropper thing is at an angle. I understand why they did it. It's a very unfortunate that they did it that way because since it's at an angle, that's what makes it clog. And because it's at an angle, you can't unclog it. So it's just like, okay, well, that was not a good idea. Velfira, actually, the first couple of airbrush videos, well, even this last one, that's what I was using was the inks. Gonna try and darken some of this down here. So almost kind of a grayish green. I didn't want it to be the white, lighter, warmer green, say like Catladriel. So Sleepy, there is I think there's basically all of the Fellowship. There's also a Golem figure, which is sort of he's like a hairless cat. So he kind of looks like this guy here, Sleepy. Valfira, if you have any, well, Valfira, you are the master of the glass jars. Actually, well, Val, I was just about to say, should I just put him in these? Nah, because these, I mean, they're literally the same bottles. The only difference is that these are straight, and the GSW ones, they have that stupid angle on the end of them. But Valfira, have you got any recommendations? Just say, hey, look, why don't you give these a look-see? Because obviously you were able to find some really good the nail polish things for. Let me get some of this bluish stuff down here. I've been able to find some really good stuff that we could use for the fluoro homemade oils. Let me darken you down. Yeah, something like that. More dark over here. Actually, I'm going to mix some violet with that Van Dyke brown. So it's Van Dyke violet. Van Dyke violet. There you go. Velfira, it's not a stream unless I officially put you to work. Let's do it this way. Velfira, I don't know. Lots of channels have moderators of some form or another, whatever, right? But between you and Armored Wolf, that's a whole lot of like reminders. Yeah, I don't think most streamers have like two people constantly sending them reminders like do this or do that. So between between you and Armored Wolf, there's several reminders sent every stream, right? Doji, how you doing? So happy Friday there, Doji. It was a fantastic college football Thursday. Now, I don't know, Velfer. I think I would like that all season long. Yes, indeed. I'm all in favor of college football Thursday all the time, even in the regular season. Hey there, Blades. Everybody, please give Blades81 a follow. So, Blades, you'll be doing your regular stream tomorrow, right? And of course, Doji, if you want to share some linkies in the chat there, please go ahead. And actually, AD, if you wanted to share something in the chat, same thing there, Blades. I think we got some folks in the chat there. If you want to go ahead and share something, please go ahead and do that. You know what? Actually, that's a whole different deal right there. That is not quite what I thought it was. We're doing a little changeola right here. This is the great thing about the oils, right, Doji? And just gonna try darkening this up. So I looked around and went, oh, okay, that's not quite how that should be. Hey there, Recoil, how you doing? So everybody, please give Blades81 a follow. Give Recoil a follow. So again, great to see everybody here. Appreciate everybody joining. All right, there. Okay, that's so what we needed there. Now we're going to try maybe make this a little lighter here. Everybody please check out the Instagram link that AD Creations just shared. And again, please give AD Creations a follow. Of course, also give Blades81 a follow. Also give Recoil13 a follow. Oh, thanks Recoil. Appreciate that. Boy, Recoil, I still wish that I could get the sound that I was supposed to get for that. Let me see if I can get the right one here. To this day, it's never actually played, and I think it's this, right? Hey there, Moriarty, how you doing? So thanks again, Recoil, appreciate that. That is a super help. It's definitely a big help today, actually, Recoil, because this was the last day for that winter sale on My Mini Factory. And I was just trying to pick up as many files as I could that I thought might work for different tutorials and such. So yeah, I picked up a bunch of different files for tutorials. Thanks, Velfera. Well, also too, we can use it to get the dropper bottles to replace the useless Green Stuff World bottles. So thanks again, Velfera. Appreciate that. Yeah, Rico, and of course, Rico. Geez, are you and Rot playing some more? Are you playing BG3 or is I think you're probably still doing that little bit of a mix, right, between BG3 and Valheim? Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there on this. Now we need a little something, something there, and a little something, something there. Also, a teensy bit of non-sourcelet stuff over there. Okay. Oh, thanks for the heads up there, Rico. I was looking around. I did not see Rottweiler streaming. Yeah, he could have started after I was looking around too. That's right. Now we got it. There we go. We're gonna get this lighter stuff going up here. Well, Moriarty, I hope that you find all the ones that you're looking for. Hope you find everything that you're looking for. You know, sometimes they're not always there. And of course, Rico, if you wanted to share the Rangers or any of the boogies or whatever in the chat, please go ahead. I knew there was something I was forgetting. Actually, recoil with the snow, does this mean you actually maybe get a chance to do some more painting? So yeah, Velfira, what's interesting with this one is his helmet's actually a little bit different. It's like a darker color there. It's weird. Hard to even describe, right, Grand Oracle? How you doing? Thanks, Grand Oracle. Thank you so much. Actually, recoil, or if things have they kind of stabilized enough to maybe allow some streaming? I know it's just been a little bit too crazy there to try and stream because, it's one thing, when you're playing, you can just kind of suddenly stop if need be, whereas streaming is a little different story, right? So hopefully things are still reasonably solid. Glad that you're doing good there, Grand Oracle. Yeah, Grand Oracle, it was a fabulous college football Thursday. I gotta tell you, Grand Oracle, I like the sound of that. In fact, I really love the sound of college football Thursday. Ah, that'd be fantastic there, Recoil. That would be fantastic. So I'll try to keep an eye out, Recoil. And again, everybody, please give Recoil a follow. Please give. Well, actually, if you want to shout out Rottweiler there, Recoil, that'd be fabulous too. Again, everybody, please give Rottweiler 1616 a follow. Let's put this over this way. Okay, so again, just trying to. We're gonna start getting some of our later yellows in here too, or oranges, whatever. Oh, Rico, that's fantastic. Geez, Rico, you got to send me pictures of that. Yeah. Actually, Rico, one of the files that I got, it's basically like taking a T-34 and crossing it with a Chimera. Well, yeah, with a Chimera. So I thought that could be interesting. We could, and it's got, I think it's kind of like a Death Corps of Krieg type of feel, I think, with the tank crew. But I was thinking this with that Chimera. So this would be a vehicles workshop vid. So I'm gonna try. Well, again, now we're down a printer right now, so we'll see. I mean, I'll try and I'll see if. Well, I think I'll be shoveling snow tomorrow. Ironically enough, let me get a little bit of the asphaltum in there. So everybody, please check out that Rune Forge January painting competition image there that Recoil just posted. And everybody, please give Recoil a follow too while you are at it. A little bit. I can still go ahead and I think. I think I still can. I'm using, believe it or not, I'm using the same color to highlight it that I am his elven, no, his elven cloak there. A little more of that down here. What do we have? 34 minutes in. Yeah, 34 minutes ago, this had no paint on it whatsoever. That happens quick, doesn't it, Valfira? Actually, Valfira, this should yield some interesting film noir, too. So, Grand Orc, I don't know if you heard earlier, but the high flow golden acrylics are on their way. I got those last night. So probably 5 days to a week from now, they would be here. I think they should be very interesting. Looking forward to seeing how they work in that. And that swallowtail airbrush really is working very well. So Grand Org, I don't know if you saw the video that I posted, but I'm still thinking that trigger mechanism as opposed to the old style. I think that's working really well. There was a couple of ways I had to hold that to be able to, well, not drop Smaug. There's no way that would have worked on with a, say, a regular typical airbrush. And of course, thanks to Grand Oracle and to AD Creations for suggesting the high flows. I think those are really going to be. I think those are going to be pretty nice. I think we're going to be able to do a lot of neat stuff with those. So again, thanks to you guys for suggesting those. No, I'm gonna go a little lighter there on these gloves. Here. Now again, these are from Apache Studio, but when you go to print these out, just use your own, do your own supports. The supports that come with these are really, 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 really abysmal. Basically 100% failure rate, which is about 90 some odd percent more than all the other ones combined. And on my own supports, there's almost never any failures there. So yeah, it's just unfortunately the supports on these not very fabulous. At least the auto supports. Again, just do your own. Save yourself the hassle. Actually, AD, I don't know if you saw that Creature Caster has a bunch of new STL files out. I don't really remember what they're called. I don't, obviously, I can't look at my mini factory right now while we're doing the stream here, but there was some really interesting stuff. And I've got a decent portion of that Dwarf Tavern printed out too. So, oh, it's from Station Forge. That's right. Oh, I also got some Dark Elf vehicles. Yeah, I've got a whole bunch of Dark Elf vehicles coming. Well, not coming this way. They're STL files. So those should be very fun too. Hey there, Artemichael. Well, Artemichael, I guess you're not going to get quite as well. Let's see. I don't know. I think everything is up in the air, but I don't think you're really going to be getting all that much snow up there, right, Artemichael? I don't really think so. Let's start to get, again, some more of our lighter orange down here. Let me see. Oh, I think there were some kind of mounted barristers or something like that. Those were reminding me of, oh, what the heck? Confrontation. Yes, the way Confrontation did their cavalry. So we'll have to try and get those printed out for some streams. I mean, it's not like this is the cavalry channel or anything like that, right, Valfira? So yeah, the crazy thing of well, we're gonna ask Valfira and AD what the snow is like. All of us up north, not so much. Yeah, let's do this here. Have that work its way further up the axe here. Well, I guess Artemichael, you just give him a little baby shovel and you put him outside. And you just say when you, after you've sufficiently calmed down, you can come back in. If you have hyperthermia in the meantime, well, that's on you. Let's get some more of our orange on the. I'm actually gonna go with the texture on his cloak too, because we did this on Cat Off. Remember, where the heck is he? So remember, we did texture on his cloak, so we'll do the same thing for Gimli here. Now the question is, are we going to see Hornsfan tonight? And the question is, will we see Hornsfan tomorrow night? Because it's going to be a glorious college football Friday. Again, I'm loving this. We've had college football Monday, even college football Tuesdays. More college football, more better. It should be 7 days a week. You can skip baseball, basketball, and all those other minor sports. Let's just see more college football. Let me get more of my orange down here. And of course, that was a game that was Penn State's to win, and they chose to not win it. We'll see if there's anything left of Notre Dame. But well, I think actually so it's the ninth. They would have 11 days before the championship game. Now, Artemichael, I think accidents happen. Artemichael sometimes, let's see, was it NyQuil ends up in? You'd be shocked at what NyQuil ends up in. Somehow it ends up in baby food. I don't know how the heck NyQuil ends up in there. Actually, Artemichael, I don't know. Maybe you know what? I think it is that there were some bets placed on the college playoffs. Yeah, that's it. That's it, Artemichael. There were some misplaced bets, so you might want to check your credit card stuff there to see if there's any sports bet places that have gotten substantial bets on, say, I don't know, Georgia and Oregon. So Artemichael, I think printing goes ever on. Kurz, look, I know Diwali has those. Uh, even Dandelion and Middle Earth. If you're looking for ones that are, well, the most true to, say, the GW/Lord of the Rings look or whatever, Dandelion and Middle Earth, and of course Diwali are going to be your first choices there. So yeah, Artemichael, I would take a look at your credit card. If you see any sports betting places or something like that, and you know that a certain young individual in your house might have placed some significant bets on Georgia and Oregon to win it all, or at least to end up in the final. Trying to get me again some of our orange here reflected on the underside of this stuff. We haven't even gone with our lighter stuff yet, and we're only just getting down to that. Yeah, Artemichael, given all the current chaos, right? I still that I don't know if there's been any updates on the person who liked to do 20% of the work and get 100% of the grade. So yeah, Artemichael, I think I would look at that very, very closely. Yeah, if you look in their room and all of a sudden you see Oregon gear and some Georgia Bulldog stuff, then you know somebody was placing some bets. Trying to get there we go, a little bit more of our orange on the end of the gloves and such. So that's starting to pick up. We also have to get our darks in here. We are going to be getting the really heavy duty darks in there as well. We hit some of this again with some of our lighter orange. So Celia there, Doji. Well, who knows? Maybe we see maybe we see you later on in the stream there, Doji. But anyway, happy Friday. And of course, if actually Doji. So this is supposed to be for the stream tomorrow here. So be prepared. Be prepared for that. I think we're all set. Yeah. I think we're all set. I'm gonna get some more. Yeah, let me get that down here. Okay, and some more of our orange over there. So Blades, again, you want to post something in the chat there? Please go ahead. And Blades, I'm glad that I think you were able to make contact, right, with RM Printable Terrain. I know it's not till February something, but let me do some of my. There you go. So again, I'm gonna get some texturizing on here, just because. And of course, what are we? 47 minutes in. Didn't quite look like this 47 minutes ago, right? Right, Velfira? Looked a little different then. Yeah, I don't remember what the heck the name is for his Gimli character. I mean, it almost seemed like he didn't do a special name for it. But again, I can't quite see it while I'm doing the stream there. Hey there, Aaron, how you doing? Happy Thursday/Friday. We still got 4 minutes of Thursday left here. 4 minutes left of Thursday. Come on. There we go. And more of that here. Trying to again add a little, add a little bit more of the texture here, if we can. Maybe a little smidge over on that side. Yeah, Aaron. Hopefully it doesn't get too crazy for you there. But I guess like Amarillo, Texas had something around 11 inches, a foot of snow. I think they originally thought maybe 7 inches tops, and I guess as of hours ago they already had a foot of snow. Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate that. This one's actually a little bit more challenging, just because if we want to do any kind of orange tabby fur on him, plus his clothes are that kind of red leather-ish type color. So that's going to make it interesting, because right on these guys we could just kind of go more heavy towards the blues and bluish grays and neutral stuff. Here we don't quite have that same option. Yeah, Aaron, I guess Well, like you were talking about, Val, for a power outage stuff, you have to be kind of ready for those. I'm not quite sure if Texas is having too many of those because I think unlike was it 2021, I think that's what Sarge says it was. I don't think you're really going to have a extended cold snap. From some of the things I saw, the snow might be melted in a day or two. Like by Monday, all the snow, whatever they got, would be melted away. Yeah, not so sure about that, but well, Aaron, be prepared. Right, Grant Oracle, always be prepared. That's not just for Boy Scouts. Trying to get more of my lighter orange all the way down here. And actually, but Grand Oracle, I always wondered if that was kind of a 1940s type of phrase there. I wonder, the origin point of that's the cat's meow. Was that a late 30s kind of phrase? Was that a 40s phrase, or was that maybe even all the way into the 50s or something? So here, trying to get a little bit of a dingier, yellowish orange. So let's see, Grimlion Whiskerbeard is the actual name. So Grimlion Whiskerbeard. That's a no wonder I didn't remember that in Velfera. It's hard for me to remember even, and I'm like reading it. I'm actually reading it off of your message there, and I'm still having a hard time remembering that. Well, but that's how my memory is, right, Velfera? Let's do this here. More of that. And some more up here. Oh, and I guess I think that was at the Ravens game that was moved out of SoFi. I guess it was moved to Arizona. Who knows? Maybe there won't be a SoFi stadium. I guess that was like a $5 billion stadium. I'm not sure how flammable it is. Hopefully, it's not all that flammable. Otherwise, well, maybe that wasn't the best. It wasn't the best place to put a $5 billion facility. I'm gonna get me some of that orange also reflected onto his helmet there. Thank you so much, Jason. Appreciate that raid. Everybody, please give Jason freely a follow, because follows are free. So, Jason, thank you so much for that raid. Now, if you want to, you could post something in the chat. I know you just finished your stream, so unless you skedaddle off to that photo booth, you're not really going to be able to show what you were just painting. But you got a Discord Insta link with work in progress things, whatever. That'd be sensational. So we are painting. Yes, that's Gimli, but he is also a kitty there. Thank you so much, 11 Fu. Appreciate that. It's like, I see I'm the wrong Gandalf. Yes, because we're going to have the more appropriate Cat Doff. He's like, so you're still going to smoke that here, huh? It's like, well, why not? He's like, there's not a whole lot of goblins that smoke, I don't know, pipeweed in Moria. They might notice you're here. It's like, nah, it's cool, man, because the hobbit's going to knock a bucket down a well. Fool of a toque. So, yes, these are from Apache Studios. Thank you so much, 11 Fu. This is the cat doff. This is the cat ladriel. This is one of two Argo kitties. There's the other one. Tomorrow, we'll be painting Boromir here. Now, of course, they don't usually quite, here's, let's see, oh, here we go. This is normally the type of figures that we'd be painting here, but these are kind of an exception. Now, pipeweed was mentioned. Is that going to have a negative effect on this roll here? Oh, it sure is. You mentioned pipeweed, boom, that's what you get. So actually here, Jason, again, thanks Jason for that raid. If everybody could please give Jason a follow, that'd be spectacular. So obviously we did this one a long time ago. So I thought, well, let's try and do the same thing there again. These are from Apache Studios right over there. So we'll show you that in a second there, Denethor. How you doing? So again, these are from Apache Studios. Again, usually this really is more of the kind of things that we're painting here. I've never actually done chibi stuff before, but first times for everything, right? And everybody please check out that Instagram link that Jason just shared, and please give Jason Fraley a follow. 1 second there you go, Fu. So again, this is one of our latest holiday ornaments. Again, we paint lots of different things here. Oh, and Jason, here you go. Check this out. So we just did these last week. Right here. And as you can see, we're kind of doing a similar lighting here on Gimli. I wonder, do I have a... Well, at least I have this. So as you can see, we kind of have that same Moria type of a look going on here. So Denethor, I hope that you're doing well. And well, of course, we're painting a whole bunch of new lizards, right? That's part of our newest, one of our newest army painting series on the Patreon page. And again, this is stuff that I painted, and most of this is either scratch sculpted, like those engines of the gods, or heavily, as in massively, customized / converted with the green stuff and epoxy sculpt. That Chekax, again, all the terrain also was made. This is another, obviously this does not exist, right? We did that same way we did the Howdas and such on the, I almost said Great Beasts of Golgoroth, on those two Stegodons there, made out of Sculpey. Of course, there's the general of that army. There's the figure, and look, there's a nice little action portrait of him painted back in 2009. So this was let's see, 2007, I think is when I first started painting these guys. Here is now the display board for our lizard men. I will be redoing that, trying to take advantage of what we've learned with the working with the foam terrain and such. Now I think we have ourselves some more lizard man stuff here, like these. Also, that's entirely scratch sculpted. The temple, Croak, everything. And of course, this Carnosaur, heavily converted with the wings because, well, he didn't come with those wings. Let's see. So, okay, so Denethor wants to see. There we go. So here you go. This is entirely sculpted from scratch. Those two Great Beasts of Golgoroth, obviously now I could just print those out. I do want to make this again. I'll still sculpt Grond, but the carriage, well, that's going to be made out of wood. There's no point in me making that out of Sculpey now, except maybe for some parts. Heck, I might even just go with plastic card there. And now see those two trolls pushing the back of it there? Those are metal GW figures. That's how big this thing is. And Grond right there, that is about 2.5 pounds of Sculpey, and he is hollow. Even though he's hollow, it's still 2.5 pounds of Sculpey. I do believe that this board is about 14 by 26 inches long. to give you an idea of the size of this thing. Hey there, Rot. How you doing? So sorry, Rot. We'll get you your raid in a second. Uh, there we go. 1 second there, Rot. Sorry. So let's see. How you doing there, Rottweiler? Everybody, please give Rottweiler a follow. So Denethor, that was all made entirely out of Sculpey. I'll use wood on this new version, but on that it was all entirely made out of Sculpey. Let me see. What was it? Oh yeah, here we go. So again, to give you an idea, so those tiny little trolls are literally Alex. It's like, so dude, you really should have thought a second, like twice about that lambus spread. He's like, look, I was hungry, dude, and the nice lady gave me 20 loaves, and you thought you should eat them all at once. I was kind of hungry. You also should probably wear dark trousers when you did that. So yeah, that is how big that thing is, because how tiny these guys look. That's how large Grond was. Yeah, Rottweiler, it's a really good thing that you can't paint miniatures with oil paints, right? And again, these are regular oil paints right out of the tube here. Let's get our brands. Where's our Windsor? No, there we go. So here's our 4 main brands. These 3 guys, there's a lot of differences in between them, but price-wise, quality-wise, they're kind of essentially the same. That's Windsor, Newton, Gamlin, Richardson. These guys here, that is going to cost you a wee bit more, because when it says handmade on the label, that's a for real kind of thing. So again, we are painting up Gimli here. Oh, Rottweiler, this is what we'll be doing on Saturday. Rottweiler, it was a glorious college football Thursday. Tomorrow will be a glorious football Saturday in college sports. So see you in a bit there, Jason. Thank you so much for the raid. Again, please everybody check out what Jason posted, and also please give Jason Fraley a follow. Also, Rottweiler. So Rott, if you want to post what you were doing in the chat, please go ahead. There's the Argo kitties. Again, these are all from Apache Studio. Apache Studio. Oh, and by the way, we will try to get our flock and foliage on this as well as our other one. So I think that's what I'll be doing after the stream tonight. Well, let's see. Oh, I think that's the one that I found, right? Yeah, remember we were looking for this all over the place, Grand Oracle? It's just kind of weird that the things that we've landed on for Richardson, like the Indancerin blue. Oh, this here. Oh, the ice blue. So Grand Oracle, this is like the specialty paint line, right? These are all the specialty colors. All right, so see you later there, Jason. Again, thank you so much for the raid. And of course, thanks, appreciate that, Rottweiler. Again, everybody please give Rottweiler a follow if you could. And again, Rottweiler, you want to post something in the chat, please go ahead and do that. We are starting to get some lighter stuff here on our Gimli kitty. Stuff that maybe is not, say, object source lighting. We're trying to get this to be a little bit more of a not quite an intense orange, at least nowhere near as intense as our source lighting is. Jason, if you want to, that'd be fantastic. Jason, you can always just shoot me a message on Instagram. Yeah, just shoot me a message on Instagram or something like that. And again, everybody, please give Jason a follow. And of course, Jason, if we're painting that on stream, well, maybe Deneth can shoot you a message, say, hey, we're going to be painting that on stream or whatever, and then you could be in the chat and kind of answer questions, all that kind of good stuff. So yeah, actually, Rottweiler recoil was showing. Oh gosh, I just was reading it. Oh now the raid has kind of sent all of the chat way too far for me to go scroll back and read it. So yeah, Jason, please go ahead and do that. That would be super fun. And again, these are 3D printed from Apache Studio. I still got to get some of my darker glazy things on here, so there will be some more darker stuff again. Just trying to here, I gotta get some more of our lights there. Then we'll try and get some lighter stuff on our green. Also get some so a little bit of dark in there to try and create more texture, like we did on our cat dove. Where you at? There you are. So our cat dove there, you can see all that texture on his cloak. Well, we're gonna try and do the same thing here with our Gimli kitty. Well, Jason, all you'd have to do is just be in the chat. You wouldn't have to actually. It wouldn't be on there wouldn't be a voice thing. You'd just have to be in the chat and just answer questions. So hopefully that would be an easy way for you to be able to engage. Let me do this here. Yeah, I gotta get a little bit more of my lighter stuff in there. I think it wasn't. I think from Printing Goes Ever On. He was in the chat. Obviously, he's from Poland. And I think maybe Medbury Miniatures also was in the chat. I don't know about I think R Imprintable was too, when we were doing some of his files. And again, it's kind of nice because, well, you can answer questions and kind of send people over to your site there, and hopefully get folks to buy lots and lots of STL files. So see you later, Jason. Again, here, not going to be going with the silver colors, so we're going to have to come back into that with some darker stuff. Now, we'll use this here. We'll use this here. Originally, what I was hoping to do was to have some more of our Tomb Kings ready to go. So, well, more object source lighting. But I have to film some of those in a video first. But we're doing a little bit of glazy stuff there. Now, let's get some eyes. Let's get some eyeballs on this guy here. Let's get some pupils on him. I'm going to take some of my indigo, some of my Van Dyke brown here. And there we go. Let's maybe make those a little bit bigger there. Now let's get some more of that dark again for up here. We have to start thinking of some of that also too on his helmet. Right? We need those alternating bands of light and dark. Need them over here. No, I want that to be more of our burgundy, so let's change that. Make that darker. Now we need some of that here. And again, that is to also try and get a little bit of texturizing going on here. Yeah. Must have dark to show the light. Oh, yeah, let's definitely get some of that up here. Oh, Denethor, if you want to share anything in the chat. Sorry about that, Denethor. There's a lot of stuff going on. If you want to share something in the chat, please go ahead. And, of course, Denethor, if want to let folks know when you might be streaming or whatever, that'd be sensational, too. Now, let me find this, or this, or we'll just use this. And get some of our dark going here. Get a bit of our burgundy color. And really hammer home some darker glazy stuff there. sure here. Now maybe more of the Van Dyke brown. Some of our blue maybe. That'll be some of our indigo. That's going to dive down into here. Oh, and by the way, 1 hour, 10 minutes ago, this said no paint on it. Yeah, here we go. This is exactly what it looked like 1 hour, 10 minutes ago because I primed these both at the same time with the same color. I mixed up the terracotta and the black Steiner was together and just did that. So that's it. That's all it is. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Denethor just shared. And everybody, please give Denethor a follow. Just like Black Ice Dragon. Thank you so much, Ice Dragon. Appreciate that. Of course, Cat Doff appreciates those follows. Yes, we're definitely gonna have to keep Cat Doff around. It's like you can never have too many cats. I think that's supposed to be you can never have too many Gandalfs. It's like no, I quite distinctly heard cats. Like I know you follow your nose. Maybe you should follow your ears once in a while. Now we at least know well that a certain leaf was not mentioned. So let's see what we're gonna get out of that. Well, look at that. You don't mention pipeweed, boom, you get yourself a Gandalf 6. So thank you so much, Black Ice Dragon. Appreciate that. Or Black Ice Dragoon. Yeah, Denethor, that first stream, sometimes it just has to happen. And I know you want it to be perfect, and you're trying to figure, okay, what's the ideal thing to stream? And, well, the ideal thing to stream is just streaming. Just stream something. Oh, do I have some of those here? Let me see if I've got... nope, that's not the one I'm looking for. Wait a minute. No, that's also not it. Is this it here? No, I'm looking for one of my stickers there. Can't find the right one. I'm looking for the one that says think less, do more. I got all the other stickers except for that one. Literally all the other ones. Oh, there it is. There you go. This also applies to streaming too. There you go. Hey there, Nurgle Matthew. How you doing? So Denethor, gee whiz. Ironically enough, we weren't streaming with the oils. I couldn't tell you what it was. All I know is it was sometime in March of 2020 because Adepticon got canceled because of reasons. And that's when I had to become a Twitch streamer overnight. Yeah, Denethor, there was no easing into it for me. It was just, okay, to prevent massive income loss, you need to do something now. And that is when streaming started to happen. So yeah, there was no overthinking it or double thinking it or anything. It was just, well, time to start doing it right now. So great to see you there, Nurgle Matthew. Cool. Well, Nurgle Matthew, I don't know if you've had a chance to mess around with the oils at all. Hopefully you have. And if you have, hopefully that's also been very fun. Oh, I just noticed this paw up here. I did not see that before. Yeah, there's a paw up there. So I don't see. I don't think the first stream is saved either, because I wasn't. Obviously, you don't start out as an affiliate, so I don't think there was any way for me to save that first stream. So yeah, I don't think I've got that saved anywhere. How's about we try to do some stuff that is not source lighting again? Just breaking down some of our fabulous fast matte white over here. Definitely need to get some lights on the top ridge of that helmet there. Nope, not like that. So there's just too much of our thinner in there. We're going to back away from some of that. Ah, I see we get some lights along that too. No problem. And again, we're basically only 1 hour 15 minutes in here. And again, everybody please also don't forget to give Rottweiler a follow. So Rottweiler, it should be an interesting game tomorrow. And it was, I mean, that dropped pass, that was a touch. That would have obviously won the game. You have to take advantage of opportunities. You don't do that, that's generally when things go south. So again, we're trying to get some lights there on our Gimli kitty, on the face there and the eyes. Some stuff here up here on the helmet too. We're going to have ourselves a few more raiders because it's going to be Kaylee and it's going to be Catmaster. Hey there, Kaylee. Great to see you. I know that you're going to head off to sleep there, but everybody please give Kaylee Larson a follow. And Catmaster should be coming up in just a few seconds here. So everybody also please give Catmaster a follow. So nice to see you there, Merlin Models. Appreciate you being here. Actually, it's weird. Where's Catmaster? I know he should be coming in here. So all the folks from Kaylee's stream, great to see you. We are painting some 3D printed kitties. There we go. That's weird. That took a little while for that to happen, but here is Catmaster. Everybody's so welcoming. Catmaster, welcoming Kaylee. Now we are painting up from Apache Studios some more of these little kitties right here. This was the last one we painted, which is our Cat Doff. Before that was Cat Ladriel. Before that was a pair of Argo kitties. So there's one right there. There's your other one right there. And yeah. Oh, and here's tomorrow's stream is going to be Boromeow. And now the inspiration, of course, for this color scheme, we've done this a bunch of times, mostly for our Moria dwarves, but we're just using this on some creature caster dwarves right here. So some, hey there, Cold Hands, how you doing? So Cold Hands, we did do, I think, was this last week where we were working on some Song of Ice and Fire? So some Clegane Brigandes right there, Cold Hands. So how you doing there, Cold Hands? And nice to see you again, Gilded Brush. So Gilded Brush, if you wanted to post something in the chat too, please go ahead. And also too, again, you want to post something in the chat there, Cap? Please go ahead and do that. And of course, thank you so much for the raid. That is appreciated. Let me get some of this here on his snoot. We're going to lighten that up a little bit here. So yeah, Denethor, because there was Rot, there was Cap, there was Kaylee. It all comes back to one place. It comes back to the Linseed Fellowship, right, Denethor? It all comes back to the Linseed Fellowship. See, even Gilded Brush agrees. Even Gilded Brush agrees. So, Gilded Brush, if you wanted to post anything in the chat, please go ahead. And Denethor, I don't know if you had a chance to post your stuff in the chat yet. But again, you wanted to post something in the chat, please go ahead. I'm glad that you're doing good there, Cold Hands. And I'm guessing a whole lot of folks have cold hands tonight because they're out there shoveling snow. And a lot of places where they're not used to shoveling snow. Oh, and of course, Capmaster, again, congratulations on the new digs and everything. So I'm glad that all worked out. And Merlin Models, great to see you. Of course, Merlin, if you wanted to post something in the chat too. Obviously, I'm pretty sure Kaylee has gone off to sleep as usual after a stream. So great to see you there, Cap. Now again, we're going to try and get some lighter stuff going on in here. That's kind of like what we did here on Gandalf's cloak there. Here, let me get this back to where it needs to be. There we go. So you could see we're definitely going to be pushing up the texture here on his cloak. So AD, you never know. I guess, well, I think things, what was the forecast that kind of changed at what, oh, it was colder in Texas, it was about 3 degrees colder than what they thought. So places they thought were going to get more of a, say, like an ice type of a thing, an ice event, they got much more of a snow event. Well, Merlin, sorry that I do understand the family emergency thing, and when those happen, they just dominate everything, right, Merlin? Well, AD, I guess sometimes there has to be an advantage to those things, right? And of course, again, everybody please give Catmaster a follow if you could. And again, Cap, I'm really glad that you're able to get the new place and do all that stuff, because I know that's really important, especially like you say, for being able to stream and do a lot of stuff there. That really is that was key for you. So Merlin, again, sorry that it's kind of one of those situations where everything is just kind of going bonkers and haywire, and it never is just one thing, right, Merlin? It's like, oh, this one thing going. We're only gonna have one thing go sideways for you. Now we're gonna have a bunch of things go sideways for you. And again, 1 hour 23 minutes ago, our Gimli here had no paint on him whatsoever. And of course, we have continued to paint our 1/1800 scale ships. I think we did 4 more of our IJN ships on Monday, right, on our Armada Monday. So I think our IJN right now, it at least rivals our U.S. fleet in size. It might surpass. I don't quite think so, but boy, it's pretty close. Now that and Valfera, yeah, I think you saw the shears that I got. Well, those cutters, they work. They're definitely smaller, so I'm not so sure about using them for, say, the bigger sheets that I've got to cut. But since I at least temporarily have 2 of them right now, before I lose them both, actually, Valfera, I should just start cutting all that plastic while I still have them in my possession. Yeah, I should just start cutting those right now, because I will lose those. So yeah, Denethor, I mean, up here, it's pretty darn toasty. It's like in the mid-20s or something like that. And now further south, where maybe they're not quite so used to needing to access their heating systems, that could be interesting. But here, it's pretty balmy, I have to say. I mean, it is January after all. I'll try and lighten up this knot work over here. Maybe that's a little more than that, but we can always, again, tone that back. No problem. Now here, I'm going to try and get a little bit more of a reflective thing going on with the metal here. Yeah, AD, call me when it's about 10 below or something like that. Then we're talking about cold for January. Yeah, Michael, I think that's why all of us up north here really don't have much in the way of snow, is because it's where it's much warmer. That's where all the snow is happening. But again, for the folks that are not quite used to that, here's hoping that they'll be okay. I guess there's like Georgia's supposed to get. I could swear the last time Georgia got any real snow, there was people on a highway for like a week. Yeah, let's do some. Yeah, fine. We'll just get some of the edges of this. Again, that's the green stuff world texture roller. I don't think I want to do a whole bunch there because it's just going to end up on my hand. So yeah, I think it was going to be, it seemed like maybe the central part of North Carolina was really going to get some of the ice, I guess. Kind of a little bit to the north. Yeah, the map has changed so many times that I can't quite remember which part of North Carolina we're supposed to see some stuff. And of course, max velocity on YouTube, that is the recommended forecaster. Not all these other places, which are usually abysmally wrong about everything. Who would have thought that a 22-year-old college student, literally he's in college, he can't live stream tomorrow during the big snow because he's got classes. His stuff is so much more accurate. He's actually now, FEMA has him as part of kind of like an early warning type of thing, because generally he's sitting there in his stream going, why is this not tornado warned? Sometimes as much as 10 or 15 minutes before the alarms are, like the official alarms are being sent, he's already saying, you might want to take shelter here. 1 second there. There you go, AD. Sorry about that, AD. It's still kind of set from way back in the day. Yeah, we're going to get some more of our orange on this here, I think. Take a little look-see at which one was it? Is it this one? No. Is it our... yeah. No, not Aragorn. There was one of these that really... I think it... No, it wasn't that one. Merlin, I'm hoping that that is the case. I mean, especially when everything is kind of going, well, a little bit Spaceballs there. That it can be a little bit of a relaxing kind of thing. Just kind of chilling stuff out. Because, well, again, life definitely wants to throw lots of curveballs. We'll see you later, Cap. Thanks again for the raid. Appreciate that. Again, everybody, please give Capmaster a follow. Well, also Kaylee. Again, Kaylee's probably already headed off to sleep there. So, Cap, thank you so much. And again, congratulations. Congratulations. Glad that all worked out. I don't know, maybe we're gonna still get some of our, more of our orangey stuff there. Need to get some non-orange stuff out here. You know what? Yeah, no, wait a minute. Let me grab some of our fabulous perline. No, this is the. Is that Puro orange? The transparent that paints like an opaque. It's crazy. It's the most bizarre thing ever. Yeah, Merlin. There's been a couple of times where folks, there's been either dicey weather or things like what's going on out west, and they're just a little bit on the anxious side. And hopefully that's where we can just kind of, just here, just hang out with us, where everything will be chill, kind of a good place to maybe set some of that aside. Be thinking about other stuff like, well, Lord of the Rings kitties. That's what was it? Oh yeah, my niece was obsessed with this. I don't know if it was a YouTube channel, or whatever. Basically, it was like an AI generated cat that was sleeping next to a fire. Oh, two cats. They were sleeping on each other, and there was the fireplace going, and there was like the purring sound of the cats, and there was the crackling of the fireplace. And I guess this is literally just something that played 24 hours a day. And it was just these two, and they were both, I think, well, one was an orange tabby. I don't think they were both orange tabbies. Actually, Merlin, that was something that we did here. I know there was one point where Kathy, I went to get sick there and read Hound of the Baskervilles. That's right. Which you would not, you think that wouldn't really be the choice for something calming or whatever. But that was the selection, was Hound of the Baskervilles. Now, of course, Merlin, if you read the Silmarillion, that's a whole different thing right there, right? Reading the Silmarillion to somebody. Yes, and our legendary Silmarillion, again, we offered that to a certain merchandise company. They turned us down. They went in another direction, and I think, well, they kind of wish they went with the Silmarillion, don't you? That's for sure, Merlin. And again, Merlin, sorry that there is just a whole bunch of simultaneous chaos, but I think that's really the only way it happens. It's always simultaneous. It's like the universe says, well, what kind of challenge is that? One crisis at a time? This is nonsense. Let's up the levels here. I'm going to up the levels of some of our lights on his helmet here. Whoops, let's do that over here. No, 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 not there, not there. Here. Eventually, we'll get this figured out. Yeah, let's get the lighter. Oops, not there. All right, let's go backwards just a bit here. Where's my? There you are. So that's going to go up here. Right, we want that dark against that light, also cooler against the warmer stuff, and then we're gonna backtrack over here like this. Oh, geez, Merlin, you didn't see these. We talked about how life is like juggling flaming chainsaws. And during that stream, Recoil was kind enough to go into some AI and actually generate these. Well, he generated this image, and we made stickers out of it. Oh, and here we go. Look at this, Merlin. Sometimes life is like juggling flaming chainsaw keychains. There you go. So I thought you might appreciate that. Oh, and then we can see that great minds think alike, right? Recoil. I looked down. I'm like, oh, somebody wrote a chat, and I looked down there, and of course there is the progenitor of the fabulous flaming chainsaw art. That is Recoil 13. Again, I'm gonna try and make some more. We have the holographic version of these. I will obviously have those, and hopefully a bunch of other additional ones at Adepticon, of course. So here, Recoil. I look over there, and I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. But all kidding aside, there, Recoil. Thanks again for creating that, because that's one of those things that just would have kind of gone by the wayside. It would have been, oh, that's really fun, and there would have been no time for me to try and make that graphic or anything. So I really appreciate you doing that. And Grand Oracle, yeah, one or two mimes do get wasted in Moria, wouldn't you say? Now that I think should probably get some more of our dark there, a little bit more here. What's going on up here? Not quite the right thing that we want there. Let's get rid of that. I think I'm going to get a little bit of the lighter green on the underside of the eyes here. And of course, the last thing you want to do, right, Grand Oracle, is blink. But you sure you're not a cat? It's like, what do you mean? It's like, well, you got these really big eyes going and these like dilated pupil things happening. It's like, no, just no eyelids. It's like, I'm a cat. I still have eyelids. That's like even more insulting. So you would think that, well, a dwarf here like Gimli would, well, he would not be expecting something like, I don't know, say a Balrog to be down there in Moria, right? Something like this here. You would wonder why Gandalf was so afraid to go into Moria. You'd think there, I don't know, maybe it'll be like dragons down there or something like that. But really, what everybody was, especially Gandalf, was completely terrified of these guys. They're most feared and hated creatures in all of Middle Earth. That would be the Mimes of Moria. Jetez-moi, that says toss me. Apparently, you can't toss a dwarf, but you can toss a goblin. Yes, indeed. And this was my 2006, 2007 Goblin team. Now, of course, they were very fashionable little guys. They are very, very fashionable. So you see, you've got some top hats in there. You even got a chef's hat. Now, having just actually, sorry, Recoil. I was just using the air fryer today to make just a bunch of stuff real quick that I just happened to have around. Well, I used my oven mitt. I did not hold the hot stuff in my bare hand like this guy is. Now, of course, Charles de Gaulle, he must be a little bit smarter. That's why he has the 2 stars. Also, a very dapper mustache. Now, speaking of stars, Francois and Pierre here, they really did think they were the stars of the team. And, of course, they acted accordingly, blocking, tackling. Let's just say they weren't really interested in that, and they made it very clear they were not interested in blocking and tackling, not at all. Hey there, Three Geese, how you doing? So remember, I said this was my team back in 2006, and then I also played them again the next season. They made the playoffs in both seasons because, well, they were averaging about almost 3 touchdowns a game. I didn't just throw the goblin on offense, threw him on defense. That's where they really weren't expecting it. And definitely don't tell the elf that you can toss a goblin instead of a dwarf. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I don't think that's terribly fair. Why can you toss me and not this little guy over here? It's like, have you ever tried to grab a cat? I see what you're saying. Ah, well, Three Geese, I'm glad that you're able to get those all put together. Sometimes, again, assembling the figures is not necessarily half the fun, or a third of the fun, or any fun. So glad you were able to get those done. Ah, you know what? We're gonna get there. We are. We need a little bit of dark along there, and now we have to do some more stuff up in here on our floor. So let's see. Where's our? We're gonna get some of our greenish gray there on that floor. So Grand Oracle, it never really gets old seeing our little goblin friends, does it? So Michael, how you doing? Everybody, please give Michael Paints Minis a follow, and of course, Michael, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. So Michael Paints Minis also does the streaming too, so please give Michael Paints Minis a follow if you could. That would be really fantastic. Trying to get some texture type stuff up here. We're going first with the darker stuff, then we'll come back with some of our light here too. Oh, you know what? We could get some down there. Yeah, these are from Apache Studios, 3D printed. However, I strongly recommend that you just do your own supports for these. Their supports just are not, they're way too light. So Grand Oracle will hopefully not having to do too much with the swim meets and such today, or this coming weekend, sorry. Of course, we all think it should be a fabulous college football Thursday every week. Yeah, why a happy college football Thursday only once a year? It should be every week. I'm gonna get me some of this green here and just get whatever's sitting on the end of the brush. Nope, there's still a chunk of whatever there. No, gotta get rid of that. That is just sitting there on the end of the brush doing whatever. Ah, a little too much thinner on there. I think now we got it. There's some of our lighter green that we needed. We'll do that over here. Let me try and go a little bit lighter, maybe right there. Let's do that. Ooh, how about we mix the, where's our, I might just go here, let's do this route. Let's do this, let's take that, mix some of our white with that, and put that on top of his snoot right there. Maybe a little lighter as gas. So Grand Oracle's got a little bit of a riddle right there. A little bit of a riddle from Grand Oracle there in the chat. As I try to get a little bit of this, I'm basically taking the burgundy color, adding some of our white to it. And that is the fabulous Perline Crimson. Speaking of colors that ain't cheap, that's one of them. Well, Michael, thank you so much for being here. I know it's super late, and I keep thinking, well, it's a Saturday because of, well, college football. But no, it is not a Saturday. We're 52 minutes into Friday. So everybody, please give Michael Paints Minis a follow while you can. There before Michael Paints Minis heads off to Sleepy Land. So great to see you there, Ekchuk. It's been a little while again. Sorry, the streams have been at, well, later and later and later times. Now, the Thursday stream, that's not unusual. Thursday stream typically always has been a later start. I am, again, hoping that maybe in January/February I can try and go for some earlier start times on the stream. Maybe even something like a 4:35 in the afternoon or something like that on Saturday. Obviously, that is something where I want to have a whole bunch of miniatures ready to go so that we can kind of do our Saturday challenge type of thing. Look at that. See, now some grayish green there. And that would be where, see, where's my dwarves here that we painted? These are from Midbury Miniatures here. Where'd they go? There they are. There's our dwarves. Oh, we already passed them by, I think. Where are they? Where are you guys hiding? You're around here somewheres. Oh well. Oh, that's right. That's why they're not down there, because I moved them up here where they would be easier to find, like there. Remember we did, what, 9 of those guys in about 10.5 hours of streaming? Now I'll do the same over here, and of course this is the green stuff world texture roller with the dwarf texture on it. Starting to get this filled in a little bit more here. Yeah, let's do that too. And then we'll probably come back into this with some of our dry brushy stuff, a little bit of darker stuff in there. So you can see now our patterns start to show up a wee bit more too. And you think, oh, that's a really light color. It's essentially just a middle tone. But remember, we were adding all those darks in there. You must have dark to show the light. Blending brush, sure. That might be a little too late. So I'm going to grab some of this and we'll knock that even further into the grayish, bluish range there. Because remember, all this is just some initial dry brushing right there. There's not a whole lot of anything there. Now here, maybe not as much with the orange there because it is kind of facing up towards the, well, not orange off-camera light sourcing. I'm pretty sure that somewhere around 8 something o'clock, maybe it was about 8, no, maybe about 7:30 or so, when I actually started doing the basing process on these guys. So literally just a matter of hours ago, these things were not even on bases or whatever. And we just took a piece of like a wooden 50mm base, some bulletin board cork, and then this also got the dwarf texture roll on it. And this is some 3D printed bits from Make It Epic Basing, because reasons. Yeah, I'm going to get me a little bit of that lighter greenish gray up there. We need a little bit here. Again, that really, we don't want that to necessarily be orange on that upper surface. Also here, I gotta get rid of some of the orange that snuck its way in there. Maybe a little more of this up here. No, this probably should be more of the orange there. Also, yep, I think I should get something that's not just that dark in there. Might get a little, yeah, let's do this. Let's backtrack a wee bit here with the orange. That's basically that pure orange. Gotta tell you, Grand Oracle, that pure orange has really been quite the surprise addition for sure to the palette. Never really anticipated that. Now, I still haven't had a chance to do a specific video on the pure orange for source lighting. It's kind of been part of other things, but I do want to eventually have one. Okay, this is where we're really featuring the pure orange for source lighting. Now, actually, Grand Oracle, I'm kind of waiting. There's those Tomb Kings. Remember, we were doing the basing video on them. They're more of the Tomb Kings stalkers, those snakes. Yeah, I'm kind of waiting for those golden high flow acrylics or whatever to arrive, and then we'll do some airbrushing stuff on those, because I did get fluorescent orange. I got fluorescent orange. I don't think I got fluorescent yellow. I think I got a fluorescent green too. So we'll see if we can almost as effectively make a fluorescent primer like what we did here on this and that video. And of course, hopefully the airbrush videos have been fun for people to watch, because again, I only ever made one other airbrushing video, and that was many years ago, and that was all voiceover. It was nowhere near like the ones that I'm doing now. And if you want to see well, that's right, the latest Instagram post does feature at least one of the things that I've done with the airbrushes. Getting again some of the later orange over here on some of our stone and such. Now let's see what we can do over here for some more texture on that cloak. I think I want to go lighter, so maybe we'll just take some of this same stuff that I was putting there on the down on the rocks there. Color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. And again, you can see we're doing these little stippling type thing here. Then we'll let that set for maybe 5, 10, 15 minutes, and then we'll come back with our blending brush. Right, if we do it right away, all that's going to do is just smear. We don't want to smear stuff. We want to try and blend it. Also, kind of manage the excess brush strokes. Yeah, Grando, it's kind of one of those things where it just took forever to get the elements right between the compressor and that airbrush, but once those things kind of arrived, it really facilitated making those. It was frustrating because I was really wanting to. First, there had to be the area where I could actually do that stuff. Then there had to be the equipment to go with that area. And then minor details, there had to be the airbrush stuff, which only, again, just recently manifested itself. But that's when now we're trying to do airbrush videos for folks. Like we do the oil painting videos and the basing videos, the dioramas videos, the terrain videos. So again, we're just going to let that set there. We will work on other things while we wait for that. We need to get a little, here we go, something lighter in there, also in there. Then that's while again we give this texture on the cloth a chance to set, we are going to come back into here with some orange on that helmet. Not too much junk sitting on the end of that brush. Some of that here. Little touch of, oh yeah, here we go. Maybe emphasize even a little bit more of that lighter orange over here. And a little touch of it up there on that helmet. Hey there, Sector X. Sorry that it's been a rough day. Sector X, well, I'll shoot you some messages after the stream. Obviously, you're either going to be asleep or still dealing with crazy stuff. Here's hoping it's just you just be sleeping and not dealing with crazy stuff by the time you get those. It's sorry that things are all going haywire there, Sector X. Appreciate you being here, though. Yeah, let me get some more of that orange texture stuff down there. Maybe some there, and now we need some here. Oops. Wow, that really picked up a lot of that darker green. Alright, well, enjoy the supper there, Recoil. Enjoy the supper, yeah. I was saying earlier, I utilized that air fryer to make a whole bunch of stuff. Again, I'd been thawing some stuff up. Might even be doing the same thing again tomorrow. Hit this now. We'll do you as well. Some more orange over there. Get some of this. And no, that's going to be a little too dingy there. Let me get some of that. And now here, let me get... I have to put some more of that fast matte white out here. We kind of tore through the last of our original supply here. Hey, there's surface tension. Everybody, please give surface tension painting a little look-see there on Instagram, but also to surface tension. Why don't you post your usual link there so folks can go see more fabulous oil painted miniatures. So surface tension, it was an incredible college football Thursday, which I never thought I'd ever hear myself say. Yes, indeed, a college football Thursday. And there's going to be a college football Friday as the other half of our semifinal is played. You've got OSU and Texas, so you have Buckeyes and Hook'em Horns. The Penn State unable to make, well, they had also the late turnover. That was kind of the obvious difference in the game, but there was the dropped pass, the dropped touchdown very early in the game on the very first drive. And that happened, and I thought, that's probably going to be the difference right there. Sure enough, it was by 1 point. So everybody check out those Astelians there by surface tension. So surface tension, I was trying to print out those Highland miniatures. Yeah, Grand Oracle, I got another brick again, another resin brick. Now, I was able to find very quickly a a new vat, not a new vat, but a new build plate for the Anycubic on Amazon, but of course it says it's not supposed to get here till February 20 something. So we could be, well, it all depends. Since it is a wee bit cooler out here, it's a little bit difficult to take the resin outside and try and hammer that off of the build plate with a hammer. So yeah, surface tension, I was trying to print out the elves, and well, that went bonkers. And no idea why. I mean, each machine has done it, and it's been on random files. It doesn't really seem to have any rhyme or reason. I just have a feeling it's just the way I may be literally hitting the button to press go, and it might be doing something else. I just don't know. But each one has done it, and of course, for weeks and weeks afterwards, it printed just fine after doing that. I don't know, maybe tomorrow before the snow hits here, I might just see if I can grab a hammer, take that thing out into the yard or something like that, and just literally bash away at it with a hammer and see what happens. I'm going to try and get a little bit of something lighter there that also is not that warmer orange. So everybody please check out that link that Surface Tension Miniatures just posted. Come on, there you go. Little more there. Now we're going to try and get some lighter greens on our cloak, I think. Oh, and of course, again, if you're going to print these things up, these again are from Apache Studio, just do your own supports because their supports are really, really not spectacular. Stuff is guaranteed to fail. So that's the one downside, just so you're aware. You will have to most definitely do your own supports. So yeah, surface tension. The one part, it is fire season. Those Santa Ana winds. Of course, other things happened that sort of accentuated that a whole lot more. And then, of course, you've got places that what's interesting surface tension is that it's warmer here than in a lot of places that are much further south. And needless to say, they're getting the snow that would more than likely have happened here. So, yep, it's kind of an upside down kind of thing there, surface tension. It would be sort of like imagine Marseille having your weather and you having Marseille type weather up there. I'm going to have to get me some more of my fast map white out here. There we go. Let's do that. So yeah, those Santa Ana winds, that it's an occasion where the wind comes out of the east, and of course that's coming out of the high desert, and since it's funneled into a valley, it's well, I'm sure you kind of have that too sometimes, right? Surface tension there in between the hills and mountains. A wind can get very much elevated. Well, as somebody who worked downtown Chicago for many years, just between the buildings there, you're talking about canyons. And that wind, which is already maybe going say 20, now is pushed up to about 35 or 40, just because it's getting sandwiched in between those buildings. So yeah, I thought you might do that. There's surface tension, but yeah, there's some areas that it would that sometimes in December it's, I don't know, 70 some odd degrees there, and it is now snowing. Trying to get some of the light here on that metal that is not object source lighting. Trying to lighten that up there. And again, everybody please check out that link that Surface Tension just shared. So I'm glad that the Astelians worked out so well. Avoid their surface tension. Let me get that. I think I've already gone as light as I can on the axe here. I don't think I can go any lighter than that. No, I guess I can. Look at that. Huh. Looky there. We will go a little bit lighter on the floor as well. Oh, and by the way, we're still only 2 hours in. And of course, again, we've got Bora Meow for our stream tomorrow. Oh, that sounds like that's going to be very fun. There's surface tension. That should be really fantastic. Move you around. Let's get some, again, non-source lit stuff going on there. I want this a little lighter. Let me see what this can do. Let's see. Oh, that's good. And then some of that over here. Yeah, I just use the ice blue here. Hey there, Jet. Nice to see ya. Here's hoping that the painting goes well. Ooh, you know what? There you go. If I don't have the light stuff on top of that, our dark really doesn't do a whole bunch, does it? That can't be quite so dark in there. There you go. So it's a little bit almost like a middle tone there. And again, we're kind of doing our sort of Moria. Of course, there's many armies now that are kind of getting the Moria treatment there. Now, we've been waiting for this stuff to set for a while. What am I doing here? I'm just doing that little tap, tap, tap here. Not doing this. That's going to smear it. I'm doing this. Right at it. See all that green paint that's getting on that brush now? Now, all of a sudden, there's still the texture there. But as you can see, it's not quite as pronounced as it was a second ago. I wonder, let me see something here. I want to try to go even darker. There it is, Perline black. That's our dark green. That is not black. That is not black because I want to try and... Yeah, oh, yes, I can. I can go even darker here. Again, on his cloak. like this. Some of that out here. So surface tension, I tried to do the best I could to take advantage of the last day of the winter sale on my mini factory. I mostly just focused on getting as many sort of, I guess some mid-range files. Oh, I got some Dark Elder vehicles. Their surface tension. Yeah, like I guess Raiders, right, and Venoms. I think that's what they were called, Raiders and Venoms. I got those. I think I got some Eldar 40k. So there's some 40k stuff. Oh, I also got a Chimera that basically is like a T-34-ish. Could almost maybe be a T-55. So, well, and it's got kind of a Death Korps of Krieg thing going on. That obviously is going to be a fun vehicles workshop because I wanted to do one that was winterized. And it's always kind of fun to do something like that and kind of match it to something I've already done. So I thought that would be super fun to do that. Yeah, surface tension. I know there's been a between work and everything else been a little bit of an interruption. So the gray piles up there, so to speak. I'm gonna see if I can get a little more of an edge along that, and then I gotta try and get some orange in there too. Let me see. There's a couple other places we gotta get something a little sharper also here. Is this some of my red? Good. That's some really dark red here. On his helmet there. I'm gonna maybe use this as a blending brush. That was didn't quite. We'll use this one. It's crazy. I was just using this to do the texture paste on here, which was my uh, homemade variety where I took the wood glue and the tile grout. So yeah, this literally had tile grout and wood glue in it just a couple hours ago, and now we're using it as a blending brush. All hail the craft brush. Here we get back to this. All the way up there. Same deal here. Okay, kind of doing a little bit of stippling. Oh, that's fantastic surface tension. I know that we were talking right about one of those like the laser etching machines and how you need to have yourself a little bit of a circulation system designed for that. So glad you're able to do that. It's not that's a lot of work, right? Surface tension. So glad you're able to get that done. Yep, this here. Again, just trying to sharpen up some edges now. We needed to establish a lot of our shapes here and where our source lighting was gonna be. Now we can start to work in a little bit more in the details there. Same over here in this mustachio there. You know what? Take a little bit of that away. think that makes more sense. You know what? I might even use some of that basically super deep reddish brown over here too. Now that's fantastic. There's surface tension. I still haven't had a chance to try and make my own kind of homemade box fans slash whatchamacallit. Oh, that's right. I got to get me some furnace filters. That's right. Gotta remember to do that. Completely forgetting. Up here. You know what? I'm going to use. There we go. This also needs to, I think, be pushed that way a little. We're doing the same thing here. Also over here. And then we'll have to come back with our lighter stuff again here. Now on his nose, I didn't want to make that too much of a pinkish color. Oh, and of course, Grand Oracle, you'll be glad to know that I located the that box of our boards here. Yeah, completely by accident. Again, I was not looking for it, but that's that's another box of our 5x7 boards. So now I found like two of them. I think I've lost the one that I found, but at least I have that now. Let me see. Darker, darker, yeah. We already got that edge pretty well established there. What about that? It could be sharpened up more. Then there's this over here. Let me... Okay, now that edge is a little better. This is to be cut down a little bit. Now I'm going to try and get me some lighter orange over there. Yeah, let's do that. Now we'll wait on that. Let me might have to do some more dark in his on the ear there too. But first, let's grab the translucent that paints like an opaque. That would be the pure orange. Do I have some lighter version of it? I suppose so. No, not lighter. I'll just get that out of that brush. Try those two together. So we're going to get the floral orange and the hints of yellow. I think that's going to be later. Yeah. No, too much junk on that brush. Let me just get rid of that. Let's refresh this again. And we go again with that somewhat lighter orange. Maybe a touch of it on his helmet here. Or on this little side part of his helmet. I'm still going to get some of my orange over here. Not so much there. So let's, yeah, I'm going to still go a little bit lighter with our stone here. Let me see what happens when we take the ice blue and just a couple areas here. Then we'll come back with our darker stuff. Maybe do some dry brushing over the edge of it to darken that down so that our off-camera light source stands out that much more. Now this actually on this pattern that you're seeing here, this is this. So you're seeing that's the dwarf face right there. Not too close to that edge though. I want to make sure that's not too close to the edge because I would like it to be darker there because that makes this source lighting stand out much more if we have it darker. Of course, it'll be curious to see what this will look like in film noir. Hopefully I didn't miss one of those. Let me do this a little more here. Some there. Maybe now on the back of our base here. Again, that's at that Scopy. Taking the Scopy, running the texture roller through it, and creating some fabulous texture that we can use like this. We can carve it, break it. I'll put this together with the hot glue gun. There's, of course, tons of tutorials on the Patreon page that show how to do this. I believe I've got, it might be close to 200 basing tutorials by now. There's at least about 120. That I can confirm. There's about 120 something for sure that I know I can account for. There might be some other ones that might maybe part of something else or some other series, but yes, there's pretty close to a couple hundred basing tutorials on the Patreon page. Because basing, get some of the same stuff. Almost forgot this edge down here. Come on. Yeah, I'll get me some of the orange right here. Also, over here on our trim, and now this too, that's probably some of our original, somewhat later orange that we put on the, well, that's more like his tunic right there, not the cloak or the chainmail. Get that mixed into our other orange a little bit more. So 2.5 hours ago, how much paint on this? That much paint. That's literally what it looked like. So actually, I'm curious. Oh, so he is at least a little bit shorter than Boromir. Now I don't think I have any of the Hobbit files, so I don't know if they're around about the same height as our Gimli kitty here or not. I'm going maybe, no, nope, that is way too much towards the yellow. I want something that's more orange. That's going to go here. Now down here, I have to figure out what's going on with this. First, more orange. It's getting to be a little bit on the yellower side. I think that might start to make a little more sense the way that is going now. Maybe come back the other way with some darker burgundy here and some of the recesses for, oh, not there. Not there. Some of it over here. And then maybe we'll come back with some of our later stuff here along the edges of the... Oh, yeah, what about this? What about this over here? And maybe a little bit on the tail. What is going on with this? We might need to get a bit more of our subdued color there on that, on his boot. Over here, I'm kind of putting some of our dark right around where that orange is, and I might need to go a little darker with the orange or later. Let me try something darker here. Let's see if this will work. We're going to take that pure orange. I'm going to just get me a little bit of the perline red. Where you at? That is perline red. Let me see. I think, well, one does not simply walk into one's litter box and then just walk out again. You have to scatter that stuff as far as you possibly can. Yeah, the blast radius of a litter box can be pretty impressive. I think cats can somehow manage to get that litter somewhere in the range of 3 or 4 miles away from the original litter box. Yeah, we need to do the same deal here. I'm going to try also get some of my lighter orange in between there, but first, yeah, that's got some of our reddish orange on it. I would let's see, was at the time where we were pet sitting the people with the 5 cats, and there were about 19 litter boxes there. Yeah, that was heavy. You think people worry about you know, like our high quality odorless thinner or something like that, and fume or resin fumes? Yeah, those are positively pleasant, right? So as AD properly says, yes, one does not just use the litter box, you're also trying to dig your way all the way to China. Now that's got, again, some of our, see some of our orangey red going in there. That's the perline red, makes a little bit of our pure orange. course, my niece has that electronic automatic litter box thing that essentially packages it all up for you, and also I guess weighs the cat too while the cat's in there. It is a high-tech litter box for sure. And fine, I'll put a little bit of that down here, tone that down, and then also right in there just to knock that down a little bit. Might be bringing that back, but it was a little light for right now. Now I'm glad you're able to find a, well, shall we say, a less fragrant solution there. What is that? Oh, chinchilla dust. Remember, that was the thing that I heard about that some folks use as a basing material, or at least for terrain. I haven't seen a cat theme a lot video in a long time, so I don't know if they're still using the chinchilla dust for their basing. So again, we're gonna get some of our asphaltum out here, up here in the ear. I'll see you later there, AD. Thanks for being here. Well, no, I'm not going to jinx you saying, hopefully no more passing back and forth all the nasty stuff. But here's hoping you can get yourself some decent sleep here. Okay, I think we've got the ears toned down pretty well now. Let me get rid of that paint out of there. I'm going to use this thing, this brush here. It's one of our beat up liner brushes. So this one not in frontline service anymore. This is not quite a pin line wash. We're trying to get not just darker in here, but also something that has that's got a little bit of our indigo in there, indigo and the Van Dyke brown mixed together to make something that's not only dark, but also something that's a little bit more towards the cooler side. Now, I'll shoot you a message, later today. I'll shoot you a message and see how that all went. Now, I'm gonna... First, let me do the orange stuff here. Let me grab this liner brush. And I'm going to try and do some of the orange highlight there on the edges of our base there. Now, Grand Oracle blue and brown, especially dark blue, dark brown. I always use those for making something like black. I think it was it blue liner back in the day with the Reaper? Yeah, the Reaper blue liner. That's what I used to use to make my essentially black. Because again, regular black is just going to be so dead and have no color to it whatsoever. Obviously, with that mix, you're going to have, if there's a little more blue in there or a little bit more brown, it's going to have a little different color flavor to it. I mean, I'll use the Mars black, but I really prefer to just have the indigo and that Van Dyke brown, that dark brown mixed together. So see now starting to get a little bit of the lighter orange reflected here onto the some of the knotwork pattern here. Yeah, not too much, but a little something here. So you can see it starting to come out there. Again, along the edge of this here, and now now on these guys. That edge, now some of these edges. Hopefully we've got those. Yeah, we have those dark enough. This wouldn't have shown up before because the edge just wouldn't have been dark enough. Now here, this is almost a bit of a contrast between the more the bluish gray versus our orange. Not so much a light versus dark thing. That didn't really need to fill in all of that. Let's try this again from the other side there. So that's something we always advocated, or even the Williamsburg Payne's Gray, which of course, right, Grand Origo, it's practically an indigo. I did end up getting the Payne's Gray high flow golden, so that should be interesting to see how that airbrushes through, especially on some of the buildings, Grand Origo. I do believe that I got what I think is the iridescent pearl white version of those high flows. It definitely kind of seemed that way, Grand Origo. I know it can be hard to tell from the the screen swatches there. Now here again, another occasion where we're going to try and sharpen some things up here. I mean, not too much, but there. So we kind of lost a little bit of our pattern now. In some cases, that's where when I was doing the texture rolling part of it, didn't get the cleanest transfer of the design. That will happen with the again the texture war from Green Stuff World and the again that's a gray extra firm Scopy. You saw it. I had that out on screen a little bit ago. See if we can also sharpen up that edge there. That one over there is pretty well sharp already. You know what? I'm gonna get a little bit of our that dark kind of bluish gray. Again, that's the Van Dyke brown mixed with some of the indigo. I think I've made that part about as dark as I can. So these, again, 3D printed from Apache Studio. There is a Sam Gamgee, there is a Frodo, of course a Merry and Pippin. The Merry and Pippin, they're both kind of together and they're dancing on the table in the tavern. Was it the Prancing Pony, I think it was? The Sam Gamgee figure has, of course, plenty of cooking gear, I think. I forget what the Frodo one is called. But they are on my mini factory. I think they were participating in the winter sale. Let me see if I can. Yeah, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna get this manganese blue hue here, which has got some of our white in there too. Bring it over here. Let me see. Get some of that here again. It's got more of a bluish flavor to it. There's even a little bit of my radiant green in there, so it's almost kind of a turquoise. Blending brush, blending brush. Some of that out here. That has absolutely no shading whatsoever, just basically flat black. This too needs to have some kind of lighter stuff happening to it. Let me go even lighter. That's our ice blue there. Oh yeah, look at that. That really did more than even I thought it was gonna do there. Yeah, it really needed that. Ooh, gotta do the same thing on this side. I'll just take this and use that as a micro blending brush right there. Get a little bit of the top edge on that. I think I still need to get... I'll do this. Here we are. Let me get some of that fast matte white into this. A tiny little bit of something focused right there on his helmet. And then maybe two on these little links here in his chain. I gotta do a little more, maybe on the underside of those. Let's see how that works. Might also need to, ironically enough, reflect a little bit of the green on them. Just that same letter, almost yellowish orange. Little something under there. You know what, I am gonna, I think, smooth out his upper eyelid there. So this was a challenge. You can see we have some cooler, kind of dingier reddish browns there versus all the much warmer, much more intense oranges on the base here, and on his axe. Again, over here, my hand's pretty much just wiping away some of the oranges there. So we'll just wait a while to get to that. So see you later, surface tension. Happy Friday. And of course, surface tension, hopefully we see it in the stream, on your Saturday, our Friday. And again, we'll be painting Boromir out tomorrow. I might, just in case, I'll try to have maybe a few other things just ready to go, just in case we finish him off relatively quickly, because he will not be having the object source lighting because he's out in the forest there. I think he and Alex the cave troll might have a few interactions talking about that ring. So thanks so much, Surface Tension. See you then. Again, trying to hit some of the bottoms of those the little chainmail links here. Might even throw a little bit of that on the helmet there. We got I don't think I want to extend the yellowish orange all the way onto that. I will leave that. We'll let that be dark for right now. I might want to take the some of my gray and put that in there. Of course, it's only a little while ago I noticed that there's a paw there. That's what's on his helmet. Never noticed that until a little bit further in. Okay, with a lot of these things, I generally just, well, I prepped this thing, hoping that I could have it ready to paint. I didn't really look at it to see what kind of details were on there. I know some folks, they get really, really, really elaborate into, I'm going to paint this and this and this and a whole schedule and everything. I have to say, Grand Org, it has been kind of interesting to be able to do for the Patreon vids, to kind of grab that notebook. I have to find the other notebook that I got specifically for something that I could hold up on while I'm filming and actually be able to see it, and it fits on camera. Of course, I don't know where that is now. Now I'm going to come back up here with that lightest light. Where's my fast matte white here that also doesn't have any yellow in it? I'm going to start breaking this down here. Yep, like so. Hopefully not too much thinner. Nope, I can see there's some weird gunk on the end of the brush there. Again, just trying to get the edge of these things. No, I better get some fresher. Here, let's do this. Also up there. Come on, there we are. I might even try a little bit more of my light mist green onto his eyes. Now, looking at this, they might have, what was that, like a Persian cat or whatever? That might have been what they had in mind for the Gimli kitty, but I just, with the whole red beard and stuff, I thought, oh, maybe we should have him more as an orange kitty. Fine, we'll lighten that up a touch on the top there. Also a little bit of light on that, and then maybe some of that chainmail there. Now this stuff here, might come back with some midtones or even some darks on that, on the chainmail on his helmet there. Sure, let's get a little bit of that on that trim there. You know what? I think that actually, this can be a little bit lighter here. Oh, wow. Way lighter. That stands out a lot. Sure, let's throw a few more lights right along there. Ah, that too. We need a little more reflected light down there. Somewhere I've, well, that's my micro blending brush. Right, back to my, let me retreat a little further here. And touch later in a few spots here of the gray on this base here. Like so. Yeah, I'm going to try and get a couple more things here to try and distinguish some of this design, because it's we got that kind of dwarf face going here in the marble, or whatever, the stone, I guess I shouldn't say marble, in the stone. We'll take this. Boy, I think Sectrix already has gone to sleep, but Grand Oracle, something just occurred to me here. I wonder if there's a way for me to take this. This is obviously it's a round thing, but could I take this, basically either take a picture of this or scan this like flat, bring it into, say, the bamboo slicer or something along those lines, and then extrude it and actually be able to print that texture flat, not as a circle, not as a texture roller, but flat. I don't know if that would work, but that only just now popped into my head. And now I'm kind of wondering if that's possible. Hey there, Inganes. Happy Friday, Inganes. Thank you so much for joining us. I know you got to get back to work and such, but thanks for saying hi. Appreciate that. So yeah, Grand Orga, I don't know if that's possible. Again, to essentially almost take like a 2D line drawing, bring it into that slicer, and then just extrude it, because it's a relatively simple line drawing. Something that has a bunch of shading, I wouldn't try that, but it's essentially just a bunch of lines. So I think, yeah, back here, I don't mind the orange working its way onto the helmet there. Not so much up here, I don't think. So I hope that things are going well there, Incanes. Again, I'm just taking this brush, just wiping some things away. That's all I'm doing. In Gunny's, I was telling folks how I was able to secure some very interesting files the last day of the winter sale on my mini factory. I have some Dark Eldar vehicles. I've got basically kind of a Chimera that's, I think it's really maybe more of a T-55 kind of a mashup there. And that would allow me to maybe do a little video series where we ultimately do this, some tank riders and all of the snow and icicle effects, because I've been wanting to do that on a vehicle, and this would kind of be the perfect opportunity for that. That would be, I think, be super fun. I really like to try that. Is this no? Nope, not the, and not the right liner brush. This here's the one that I want. I'm gonna take some of that. So again, the manganese blue with some of our perlene black here. Trying to darken down this part of the here. Let me do that again. It's almost a bit of a stippling type. There we go. Because that, making that a little darker does mean that our highlight stands out that much more. And again, it wasn't until I was well into this that I noticed that's actually a little paw up there. Yeah, I'm gonna get into my much darker stuff here. Much darker. Because the little edges in between these bits of chainmail here, just can't quite get those set the way I would like. Come on, a little more there. Oh yeah, definitely darken this down. A bit more there. Ah, yep, there's another little edge right there. This one, yeah, even that one. So again, this is basically a plastic axe that I found, and I just basically threw that on here because this whole part did not print. As much as I like these files, the supports on these are not really, they are not fabulous. You're much better off just doing your own. That's not the most unusual thing ever when it comes to files and printing. Some, they're just kind of, the supports is not necessarily their specialty, or they don't have the time. I swear a lot of them are just doing the auto supports anyway. Might as well just do them yourself. Okay, there I actually had to go kind of full on pin line wash to get that dark in there. I might have to do some of that here too. Got to get some of this heavy duty dark filled in there. Now we're going to try and maybe get some more of our lighter orange out here. Let's see if we can do that. Nope, better get all that kind of. Oh yeah, there was still some of that bluish gray in there. Now we might be getting there here. I think we got it now. Yep. So some lighter orangey yellow down here on our edge. Right along that, and maybe even some of our little rocks or whatever there. Now this, again, my hand might end up wiping some of that away, just like I think it probably did over here. Getting some of that lighter orange along the edge of my rocks here. By this time tomorrow, if this thing is not completely dry, cured, whatever you want to call it, it will be certainly by the next day. The oil paints do not mean, oh yeah, this is going to take weeks to dry. In general, the folks that maybe they're newer at the oil paints and they haven't really used them very much, well, that whole less is more and more is way too much is not really a part of what they're doing, and well, too much paint gets on there and it takes a long time to dry. There are certain colors that will also take longer to dry than others. Actually, colors like reds and oranges and magentas, those and violets, those tend to be kind of a long drying culprits there. Remember, with the oil paints, you're going to have much more difference in the consistency from one color to the next. Some colors like Indian yellow and some of the, even like Arturo Rosa, those are much heavier, thicker consistency. And some colors are much thinner. Generally, your phthalo colors tend to be pretty thin. Alizarin crimson, another one that tends to be really thin in comparison, even though they're all just oil paints, and that's right out of the tube. That's before you've done any altering of them. Over here, let me see if I can get, take some of that tan, some of this. I get a little something in there that's not fiery color. I might still. That's a little bit of my. What's that? Your. Not Hansa yellow. That's your Naphthol scarlet. Yeah, not too much more in there. I'll get a little bit more of a kind of a blending brush action right in that spot there. Do I want to go lighter with this cloak to, again, put just a few little dots of texture up here? It is, where's our cat dog? Oh, he's sitting over here. So you can see, again, trying to do the same deal there with our cat dove cloak. Hey there, Mr. Stark. How you doing? Thanks so much, Mr. Stark. Appreciate that. So great to see you there, Mr. Stark. Sorry, I've got to get some of that off my hand because I bumped into my light there. So thank you so much, Mr. Stark. Appreciate that. Here, let me just get a little bit of this water on my hand here to try and get some of the sticky stuff off of that. So appreciate that, Mr. Stark. Happy New Year. And of course, Mr. Stark, hopefully you've had a chance to maybe over the holiday season here get a little bit of painting in there for yourself, or at least some miniature related stuff. And so, Mr. Stark, it's been fun because I finally was able to start filming the airbrush videos. And there's been a lot of interesting experimentation going on there. Now I got to get the lighter highlight on the top of this. Let me just grab this. Let me grab some of this fast matte while I pull that over here. Like that. And we're doing some of our light over here. These cats, Mr. Stark, have been really hilarious. Oh, I never did get the later stuff over here on these. We were kind of emphasizing all the dark. Now we'll get some of the light back in there. And this will be our stream tomorrow here. Well, Mr. Stark, a couple of key things. First, at Gen Con, I was testing out a compressor in the Badger airbrush booth. That's basically this little box, and it's essentially a digital compressor. So instead of you got to take whatchamacallit, you got to turn that dial, and you got to hope that you're actually getting that PSI. This is just a press of a button, and also it's a tiny little box that fits on a desk, and it's very, very quiet. And then Galeri sent me the Swallowtail airbrush, which is essentially a trigger mechanism which works really well for the terrain stuff and, well, basically filming, because I have to, obviously, the people need to be able to see it. And with that type of a trigger, I can hold the stuff in a way where the people can actually still see what I'm filming. And of course, Mr. Stark, with all the massive terrain pieces and now some of the larger figures, like I don't know if you saw the Instagram post from today, where we did the second episode of our series on Smaug, which is again a gigantic dragon. I think the wingspan is roughly about 2 feet. Now we're really starting to feel some of our grays there on the floor. And it now marks a little over a year since I first started doing the printing out the terrain on the FDM printer. Speaking of dwarves, I basically have a massive Moria board printed out. Now I also have a gigantic Erebor board that's almost printed out. The other thing I want to do is take some of my Lothlorien terrain and do an experimental video with that, then see just what's possible with the airbrush and maybe some masking. Won't know for sure until we give it a try. So there we are. And now our floor pattern really does start to stand out here. Now, Mr. Durga, if there's anything that you wanted to post in the chat there, stuff you've been working on, please go ahead. You know what? Nah, there's got to be something on one of these edges here. I think we'll just catch this edge on each one. So we'll do this, and we'll do the same thing over here. And then we'll do the same over there. Nah, that took a little too much out of that. Let's bring that back this way. There we go. Yep. I didn't even do the same over here. Okay, a little more right there. Well, Mr. Stark, hopefully you'll get a chance to be able to hang out here more. Was doing, hoping to start paint. Oh, some of that airborne terrain. I want to hopefully start painting some of that up on the stream. It will be. It's going to be pushing the limits of what will fit on camera here. That's for sure. So it have to be some of the smaller buildings. Come on. There we are. You know, did I? Oh no, I didn't. I did not get the lighter stuff along the edge of his helmet there or here. That was pretty necessary. Sorry about that, Mr. Stark. Boy, it really does seem like a lot of folks got zapped with something. I mean, obviously it is flu season and such, but yeah, lots of folks getting really hammered by that. No, I might just leave that. Might just leave that be. We need a little something over here. Yeah, because if we're gonna have that light on here, it's got to be reflected onto the helmet there. Well, here's hoping you can get back to your project there, Mr. Stark, and get back up to speed. Yeah, you know what? Here, let me. That's a little bit filled in there by some of the printing, so I can't do a whole bunch with that. Also going to get me a little bit more light on his sleeve right there. So you can see we have this light, then the dark, then the light again. It's not, we can't just have light and then the light next to each other. We have to have that little boundary, that little border region. Same thing here. So you got the kind of light mid-tone, then a dark, then back down to the light there. Hey there, Sergeant Ram. Welcome back. How are you doing? It is always hilarious, Sergeant Ram, to realize that you're seeing the palette camera over here, obviously kind of laying on its side. It's actually, in real life, it's vertical. So your lower left-hand corner is actually my upper left-hand corner. Your lower left-hand corner is, again, it's my lower left-hand corner, but a whole different orientation. Yeah, Mr. Stark, the interference colors. Oh, actually, Mr. Stark, I have these golden high flow acrylics coming this way, and I do believe I got at least one interference color. So I will be, ironically enough, experimenting with interference colors with the airbrush too. So again, Sergeant Ram, happy Friday. Now that it is definitely well into Friday here. It's 2:21 in the morning here. Let me catch a few more edges of our light there. Now I'm going to go back with my orange. Now that I got that perline red out there, ooh, I'm going to mix that with the puro orange here. So yeah, Mr. Stark, I was very surprised. I was just looking to get, because we've had so many videos that we've been doing with the Green Stuff World and Liquitex inks mixed with the primer and such, shooting those through the airbrush. Then I saw the interference colors and I thought, okay. I thought, again, maybe also too for, say, our Lothlorien stuff. And, I think I got the iridescent pearl white to see if I could, again, mix that with some primers. Now, of course, Badger already makes the metallic primers. But I wanted to see, could I use these for some of the Erebor terrain? Again, kind of create a metallic effect there. And then do the get the snow and ice effects on the buildings too. I did do that with a World War II building. That's a part of my Stalingrad board. But I haven't really done that with fantasy terrain. There's the Erebor stuff and, of course, my Dark Queen Schmaladriel Lothlorien board. Hey there, Kate. How you doing? Everybody, please give Kate Creates a follow. Kate, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. And of course, hopefully the oils you've been able to maybe play around with those a little bit more. So great to see you. Just having some more fun with our kitties here. Ooh, you know what I should... Here, let me do this very quickly. Yeah, I'll use this. Because like the other ones, I need to get that painted up here. And of course, Kate, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. So yeah, Mr. Stark, what's interesting is you can mix, well, let's say like the interference green with something like the, in some of the, or like the Indian yellow, or with even the violet or something like that, like Egyptian violet, and it creates one heck of a wild transition, right? All right, I just need to do that real quick. Yeah, no big deal there. And let me see if I've got... Okay, here's some water here. What's hilarious is, again, the same brush that I just used, and I was using as a blending brush earlier. The same brush, I was using it for the basing on these two guys. It had basically glue and tile grout in it, and now we're using it for painting. And of course, Mr. Stark, you can combine the different interference paints together, right? So that's how, say, what was it? Is it Turbo Dork or something like that? When they have their, this is a color shift from green to this. All they're doing is they're just taking a couple of different interference powders and combining them in the same paint. That's all it is, nothing more. Over here, let me... Okay, I'm going to try and get that really light orangey stuff here. Let me see if I can do that right along this top edge without too much of it getting on there. We're getting there, we're getting there. We're just about there. Yeah, Mr. Star, I think this was the gold. Yeah, that's actually the interference gold powder there. Again, just took the powder, mixed it with the linseed oil, and poof, you got yourself oil paint. You can buy the Williamsburg interference colors, but I'm pretty sure those are at least a Series 4, and I can find one easy. Yep, they're a Series 4, so again, not the cheapest stuff ever. Back to, yeah, that's maybe a little too much of the yellow. We'll try and get more of the orange there, so we're looking to do a little bit of the texturizing on the cloak here. Might come back with a little bit more of a... I'm going to try the dark stuff again here. Yeah, Mr. Star, it's crazy how simple it really is. It's just not complicated. Well, just like my homemade texture paste, it's wood glue and tile grout. And you save a ton of money. You make it whatever consistency you want. I'll never buy texture paste again. Now, they're sending me some because they want me to test out their stuff, but it's not just the fact that it is less expensive. I like it better just as a material. It just works far better. Also, I can basically make it when I need it instead of having that container that's $16, $17 and you're 1/3 of the way through it and it already starts drying out. That's definitely happened. Let me do some of that over here. I'm going to try and sneak in a little bit more of the lighter cloak color and then maybe reflect some of this onto the figure too. Let me get some of that. A little bit of our light green up here on that cloak. Yeah, Mr. Stark, I think with some of my terrain stuff, back when I was doing the bolt action terrain, to make a lot of the hills and such, I would actually take plaster and mix that with wood glue, and I would attach that. That would go onto my foam hills so that it didn't just pop right off, because the plaster is not really going to adhere to pink foam by itself. There, we're reflecting our green up onto the metals there. Yeah, Mr. Stark, boy, I couldn't tell you the last time I used just regular old Elmer's glue. It's kind of been wood glue or bust for a long time. Where's my... I'm going to use this small blending brush here. Again, this is kind of a pale green color. We do have a little bit of our manganese blue there. I might try to throw a little more on that. This is going to get some of that reflected here. Nope, wrong blending brush. This one. Going that way and that way. Do I need to get... Okay, maybe this manganese blue will be okay here. Let me thin it down a little bit more. Try and reconstitute that a little bit. Mr. Stark, the hot glue, boy oh boy, that really made a difference with the basing, especially when it came to filming basing projects. These two guys here, I only had maybe 30 minutes or 35 minutes tops to put these two bases together, and the hot glue was real critical, because this is actually just a big old piece of tree bark there, and it was obviously, very rough and on weird angles, and the hot glue filled in a lot of what would ordinarily just be a big old gap. And well, even the base for Smaug, that big old dragon that you see now on the Instagrams, hot glue is very important for that one too. Trying to get a little bit of our manganese blue onto the helmet here. Come on, over there too. And here. I think this, yep, that one still needs a little. So yeah, I've been really liking the hot glue gun. Now you do get the crazy little strings that are annoying because you have to get rid of those every time you want to do anything else after you've done the hot glue process. Is that okay? Good. That's got a little bit of again our kind of grayed down reddish color as opposed to the really high intensity oranges. Yeah, Mr. Stark. I think you saw the where I took all those, well, basically normally stuff you would throw away, like the tree supports from your FDM style printing, and the only way that I could make those into trees was with the hot glue. There is no other glue, well, except maybe for liquid nails, but that takes too long to set, right? So yeah, being able to use the hot glue gun allows me to make trees like that. Now, of course, it does mean that I have a ton of those crazy little, 3D printed tree supports all over the place. I've got them saved because some of them are different sizes. And try and get me a little something here on the back of that axe. And we'll do some of that over here. And take our blending brush to some of that. Anything else? Yeah, let's do this. I'm going to try and add a little more of that light over here on his gloves, because again, that's that kind of almost like a burgundy grayish leather that he had. It's not actually armor. It's not metal, which again, that makes this a little more complex because I mean, you see here where it's just metal, right? I can have these much cooler colors, but then I also went with basically the kind of naphtho, or no, sorry, the indanthrin blue and ultramarine blue for the colors there, so it's a bit more of an intense contrast in terms of color, right? Blue versus the orange, whereas here it's kind of this dingy green and some of these dingy burgundies versus the orange. I might try. Let me see if I can go a little one step later. I'm actually taking the ice blue and mixing it with the perline crimson. Maybe a touch more here. Okay, we're pretty good to go there. And I think we got just about as light as we can get up here too. This had to be changed because I thought this was all, well, metal, and it's almost like this is like a leather insert or something. Maybe sort of like the Rohan helmets or something. That was a big surprise. Maybe try to get a little bit more of that ice blue in here. Mix with our burgundy again. Nah, that's too much. It's getting too light there. I'm also going to try and get a little more of that light right along here. Well, it's not really a light. It's a sort of an dingy middle tone, really. Alright, where's my blending brush? Here we go. There we are. Much better. I can definitely see the difference here in this. It's almost like a, well, as we like to call it in the past, dirty little magenta versus the really, really intense orange of the source lighting there. Get some on this side, a little something up there. That might just be his beard up there too. That belt also is just kind of another leather thing there, so I don't want to have too much of a shiny thing going on that belt either. I wonder, let me see if I can take some of this and throw a little bit of that down into the cloak over there. And again, nothing dramatic, just a little bit there. Again, now over here I need to get some of maybe this. Nope, that's gonna be too late. I could see that right away. Yep, even that is, as dark as that is, that's still too late. I think now we're getting there. Nope, there's kind of big old chunk of whatever on the end of the brush. We get rid of that. Take that and do a little bit of stipple action there too. And that's to create the same kind of texture here like we had in Capped Off the Gray's cloak. Let's get, that's a little bit, ooh, that's too late. That's too late. Let's back up a little bit. Backing up just a little bit there. Doing this now. Yep, I'm going to get me a little bit more of that lighter green up here. There's kind of a weird, hard line of dark there, almost like that's metal or something. We don't want that. Speaking of dark, let me come back into this with something that's also darker down in there. Because some of these links of chainmail don't have quite the separation that we need. And that also got a little weird something on the edge there. That too also can't just have that really dark color there. We're going to get some kind of at least middle tone in there, maybe a dark middle tone. Yeah, that couldn't just be that. And I'm going to take that down a little bit as well. Now, as dark as that green is, over here it looks very, very light. We'll bring that here. So yeah, 3 hours, 34 minutes ago. Well, Gimli looking an awful lot like Boromir here with no paint at all. Just make sure here. Okay, there we go. So a bit of a weird brushstroke line we're getting rid of there. On his, well, I guess this is further. I'm going to also take a little bit lighter there, maybe even reflect some of that onto his helmet. And if it's right next to it, how does it not reflect that? If it's metal, anyways. I might do this with the something that's darker here again. The nose, that, and that. Yep, yeah, I need to take this darker color there. Now I think I'm gonna try and get my some kind of orangey stuff in here. Let me try just this. I don't know if I'll be able to sneak this in here, but I'm trying to get it right in here in between the. Oh, that's super close. That's almost there. Okay, we got that one. Now, can I do that over here too? Looks mostly like it. Just the lighter I try to make it, if more of our yellows and whites get in there, it's going to make that paint just physically thicker and hard to get in there. Now, need to do that here too. No, maybe I'll try it from this angle. I'll get some of the firelight reflecting on these chainmail links. Now, thanks, Mr. Stark. Appreciate that. We'll try tomorrow to get a lot of our flocking foliage on some of these here. I'm also going to try and do some water effects right there. Wait a minute. Wait a second. A little bit of our orange under that. A little bit there. Yeah, I'm going to try and go a little bit further with the orange here as we get towards like the front of him here. Yeah, let's lighten this up a little more. And we got so much of that light on the axe. Of course, we do try to have the metal surfaces reflect more, well, more of everything than, say, soft surfaces like hair, cloaks, boots. As we like to say, metal surfaces always reflect their surroundings. Yep, I'm going to try and go a little further here on these chainmail rings. So one of the things we always try to just kind of stress a little bit is that with the oils you can let's say you want to spend 20, 30, 50 hours on a figure. If the first couple of hours, if you can get all of the setup stuff done with the oils much faster, let's say something that might have taken you 6 hours or 7 with the acrylics, well, now you can do much more of your fancy, your finishing whatever details instead of trying to just do, well, as other people will be maybe doing base coats or something. With oil paints, there's really no base coats with the oils, because with the oils, a lot of the colors, so we use the miniature as our palette. Yes, the miniature is your palette. We don't want to paint a whole bunch of palette miniatures. That's not really the best use of our time. You can see here, there's really not much mixing going on the palette. It's over here where the mixing happens. And that also happens with the acrylic stuff too, but for obvious reasons, much more so with the oils. Mr. Stark, I don't know what he's called. The other ones, I know, but he's got kind of a convoluted name. At least, again, you can go to Apache Studio on My Mini Factory and see what the heck he's called, because I can never remember. And someone's even already mentioned it on stream, and I still can't remember. Again, it doesn't necessarily, however they named it, doesn't really fly off the tongue. Even like that there's a Nazgul that's basically a rat, and they called him a rat ghoul, and it's just, even that doesn't necessarily kind of register as Nazgul because he's on a horse. So I think they might have been better off just leaving him on foot or something like that, and then you could have maybe had a more, you could really see the Nazgul look to him. And there is a golem figure that's like a hairless cat, like one of these guys. So that's the golem figure. And I didn't get all the rest of them. I know, again, I know there was the fabulous winter sale on My Mini Factory, but there was other files that I kind of needed more for videos and, well, for our terrain projects and such. Come on. There we go. Let me see if I can lighten that just a touch. We'll do the same thing here. That was a little more than I wanted on that side. Fine, I'll try to lighten this up a little more here up on top of that. We're going to do a similar thing right here. So you can see it's light there, dark there, light there, darker there. So you have Mr. Stark there. I think the first thing I saw were the Argo kitties. Yeah, I think that was the first thing that I saw. And that's when I started to notice, little by little, I started noticing the rest of them. Fine, we'll lighten you up too a little bit in there. Yeah, like that. Here, let me get this out of the brush here. So again, you can really see that over here I had all this, all the blue that I could rely on. Oh, and of course, here's our fabulous 4 triangles and a square freehand that we did for all of the shields. So a little bit more of the manganese blue hue that's going to go up here. That's more of a color change than a value change. So we're just trying to shift that color again a little bit more towards the blue. Yeah, Mr. Stark. Now, of course, it's a tricky situation here because for the longest time this was a one cat household, and you know how sometimes those one cats can be. Well, it is still a one cat household. It's like I beg to differ there because yeah, there's a whole bunch more cats here now. It's like you guys just aren't welcome here. It's like, oh, by the way, you might want to clean out your litter box because I can't say that all of us have been using it, but I know I have. This is really not great. So yeah, as you can imagine, Mr. Stark Prinkles is not terribly happy about that situation. That's one of the most feared characters on the stream here. Not quite like Dark Queen Schmaladriel, where she is feared but also loved. Yeah, Prinkles not so much. Not so much for Prinkles, I don't think. I think the first confrontation actually came with Cat Ladriel. Of course, Cat Dove coming in here and, well, with the pipeweed and everything. And again, well, texture-wise, you can see even the hat there. We did the texture on his hat. And again, with Cat Ladriel here, we used, those are FDM printed birch trees. Since they're so much bigger than the original ones, I still can't believe, like, these seemed large to me. And now when I see that new Cat Ladra, I'm just like, those birch trees are so tiny. Yeah, Mr. Stark, it all just smells nasty. Just the way cats like it. Rancid and nasty. Oh yeah, a couple more of these. Get little texture things there. I'm going to also reclaim a little bit of our light along that edge, and then we're going to put a touch more there on that edge. Also move a little more here. Mr. Stark, I think there is one. Oh yeah, there is one. There's definitely a Prinkles emote. It might be, I think it might be based on bits or cheers or something like that. But there is definitely a Prinkles emote. I forget where he is in the power rankings. He used to be number one, but I think I think number one is now the Kathy Giro emote. But yeah, I'm pretty sure there is a Prinkles emote, and I think that used to be, again, the number one, the pinnacle of subs and cheers and all that kind of stuff, but I do think now it's the Kathy emote. There's also a Giro emote. You know what? I should probably get a little bit more on my orange on some of the pattern here. Again, that's a little bit of that Celtic knotwork. This is another place I need to somehow have the orange reflecting up on the bottom of this. I think that'll work. I think that will do it. we'll try to lighten up our, yeah, this a little bit more. I see there's another little weird support thing. I mean, they put supports in some of the most bizarre places, and then other places that really could use more supports didn't get enough. So again, if I'm printing these out in the future, I'll just do my own supports on them. Because again, that's a piece of plastic axe that I had to basically toss in there where basically the axe did not print. Then, oh, there is another, where's our, so this here, the sword is, we'll just have to say like, okay, his sword was broken. So that's again another one of our kitty files there. That won't make Denethor very happy. Chuck a little bit more. There we go. A little bit more of our. And there's some more here. And now a little bit more of our dark under there. I think we got these edges relatively short. Oh yeah, there's another little part of his eye that I think I need to get rid of a little bit of that lighter stuff there. I mean, we could also add little. Oh, here, let's maybe do some stuff on those gloves. We're just taking that ice blue, mixing it with the Perline Crimson. Guess better thin it down a little more. Hey there, Crypt Shadow. How you doing? Mr. Stark, this is probably going to be one of those situations where it looks like we're effectively turning off the object source lighting. So focus in. Yeah, especially here, right? You got that bluish color. You got the orange. Once that color goes away, I mean, even here, it might again basically pretty much eliminates the source lighting effect. Because I mean, there would be reflected light there anyway, right? It just all of a sudden it doesn't look really like he's got any source lighting at all, does it? Now let's start bringing this back. And lo and behold, oh, there is source lighting. So here, let's do this again from this side. We bring it down, and it essentially disappears. Contrast is more than just light versus dark. So wait to see you there, Crypt Shadow. So you have edge contrast. You've got the color contrast. You have temperature contrast. There's saturation contrast. Desaturated, saturated, desaturated, saturated. It never gets old, right, Mr. Stark? You see that, and you know what's going to happen. You're looking at it saying, okay, I know this is going to happen, and then you see it, and it always just kind of makes that impression. Shows you just how important. Again, I know when people are doing these painting contests and such, and they go to ask the judge for feedback or whatever, and 99% of the time it's, well, push the contrast. Does that just mean light versus dark? Are they also talking about maybe a saturation contrast? Are they talking about, well, some kind of an edge contrast, right? Metal, harder edges. The eyes, the fur, the cloth, softer edges. Yeah, Mr. Stark, it's that movie that you've seen a bazillion times. You know, you can almost repeat every line from memory, and yet sometimes it's just like the very first time you saw it. This again, that's where there's going to be a little more edge contrast there. Also there. See just that tiny little bit of edge contrast right there. That wasn't about value. That was just about setting that edge. Setting the edge is just not for football anymore. You know what? I might maybe take a little look-see at my reference there and see, is there? Nope, that's the cat. I might try to here. Let's see if we can do that on his helmet too. Where we'll do something like that, and maybe something like this here. No. Let's get that brush reconstitute a little more. There we go. Okay. Now let me see if I can take some of our super dark stuff here. You see what we're doing? Looks like it. There is one. There's another. Ah, there's the other ones. No, that weren't supposed to go there. Not a tragedy, because we're just going to take that and we're just going to mix that like so. Ooh, you know what? That does give me an opportunity maybe to take some of this manganese blue hue, put you in there. No. That's just a little too grayish. Actually, that did not work out too bad. I know there's all kinds of shiny there. You can't quite see it, but that made a big difference. Now, what about this? Getting some of that kind of greenish blue, almost bit of a turquoise there. Very muted. Again, not saturated. There's saturated. There's unsaturated. This is a very unsaturated color that we're using right now. Also a much cooler color. So here in the helmet, right? Look at that big difference between all the orange and the green, right on these edges here. And when we do this, right, okay, it looks like there's some highlights there, but you can't tell that one of those, even at about, this is at, I don't know, maybe 15% here, maybe 10%, and we get closer to 50. Huge difference there. Is this my brush here? Yep, that is my brush. Now, of course, I think maybe Sunday we might be filming the conclusion to this. This is after part 2 with all the freehand. We're really going to be trying to get the lighter colors in there on our freehand. Okay, I'm going to try and throw in a little bit of that lighter orange down in here, and maybe a little bit over there too. And some of it here. And of course, all the stuff we've been talking about, right? The Instagram here. Let me see if we can bring that up here real quick. Like, no, this here, there. So that is the Smaug, which, again, that's like a 2-foot wingspan there. That's how gigantic he is. And that is one of our, and there's that whole new filming area that we set up to be able to record that. That took, all of these filming areas taken months to set those up. I wonder if do I need to go back with a little bit of light here? Let me do something on that sleeve. Blending brush again. Now, Crypt Shadow, just trying to, well, of course, I was trying to use a glove so that the camera had an easier time with the lighting and such on the miniature, but all the little, what would you call those? All the little spikes and spines and everything, you could hear it ripping holes in the glove. There was one time I went to spin him around or just turn him around, and I couldn't do it because he was stuck on the glove because the glove was just being ripped apart by those spines. And again, that is on the Patreon page, where pretty much every month we're making about 20 hours of new videos. That would be on top of the 2,000 hours of vids that you get if you do the $15 Army Painter pledge. So good luck binge watching all of that. Let's see, if you're here in the U.S. and you're in the South down there and you're snowed in, you can just sit there and watch videos. Hey there, it's Raniel. Speaking of videos, how you doing? So happy Friday there, Thranduil. I'm guessing that you're probably on your way to work there, doing the commute thing. So great to see you there, Thranduil. Hopefully the new year has been reasonably good. What are we doing? We're going to do some of this here. And up here. Couple little lighter dots here again. I'm just trying to do that same textured cloth like we did on Cat Doff. Now, of course, Armored Wolf is at a convention doing all kinds of work there. Also, too, Armored Wolf is closer to our time zone now. So if you wonder, again, it's going to be difficult for Armored Wolf to be able to be here for very long. Let's do this, because that got too light there. We're just gonna take that out. Where's my there's my the indigo. Hopefully it's dark enough. Now, at least Armored Wolf didn't have to travel all the way to where all the snow was hitting. There's usually not a whole lot of snow in Las Vegas, where LVO is going on. Now, I hope that all goes well there, Thranduil. again, happy New Year. I know, geez, it's weird to think we're 10 days in already. I'm still processing images of all our Christmas ornaments and all that kind of stuff, and here it is, January 10th. Well, good luck with that too, there, Thranuel. So again, I don't think I'm gonna go in. I was tempted to go later with the. For if anything else, maybe I should go darker. And like we said before, we were celebrating a fabulous college football Thursday, and now we're about to celebrate a fabulous college football Friday, which then sadly we have to wait till January 20th for the last game of the season. Trying to get a little more of our later green right past that, just a bit more. So yeah, I think we're good there. I'm going to get a little bit of this greenish color here on our floor here, and that once again is the Green Stuff World Texture Roller Sculpey clay, right? We run it through. Here's an example of that. That's the gray extra firm Sculpey. You can so you can recognize the pattern in there, and that is what we did on these. Again, those are the creature caster dwarves that we did. So Thranio, the emphasis, well, like even the Mars black, the Mars red, the Mars violet, colors that basically have those oxides in them because they tend to be more opaque, they tend to dry matte, and they tend to usually dry a little bit on the quicker side. They also have a tendency to be pretty intense colors. So, where's this? So again, that's the Mars Yellow Deep, and I'm looking for this one here. It's one of those recycled earth. This one. So this is like a more intense burnt umber right here, and that's one of those Gamlin recycled earth colors. And of course the Puro Orange. Now this is going to be a pricey one. That Puro Orange has been really fabulous. Then there's the Endanthrin Blue. That's right. The Endanthrin Blue is another one that's been really nifty. Let me here get that. Come on, there we go. Also here, I got to do a little something with that. Darken you up just a little bit there. Same thing in there. And you know what? Might also do that right here. So that band of light, then dark, and then the light down there. Because otherwise, it's not going to have that that lighting effect. That's source lighting. And then, the Williamsburg Payne's Gray, which is essentially another indigo, because not a lot of companies make indigo. I actually like the Williamsburg Payne's Gray better than the Payne's Gray or the indigo from Williamsburg, which is a weird thing. That the Williamsburg Payne's Gray should actually be a better indigo than their indigo. For whatever reason, their indigo tends to be very shiny. It's also even more of a blue. It's a very, very much a blue. Okay, that's yeah, there we go. So that's going to stand even more. Again, let's see, that's that edge. We're trying to make that as sharp of an edge as possible. Not using lines. We are trying to use shapes as much as possible. We're back into that dark. Oh, once again, it has a little bit of the indigo, some of the perline black, which again is a dark green. That is not black. That is not black. Still very dark though. So Mr. Stark, it definitely dries faster, but it is well, you can actually, let me see if I can dig out the right ones here, because they kind of get buried. I think this is the indigo. No, that's Prussian blue. Egyptian violet. But it's really weird to see just how shiny that can be. That also is not it there either. So I'm not sure where that is hiding. But no matter what, I'm just going to grab the... Well, that's also hiding. There it is. So there's that. Let me see if I can find that. Well, in any case, I'll just use the Prussian blue as a stand-in. It's about the same. See how that's shiny? It's not quite that extreme of a difference, but it's almost that much of a difference. It's pretty darn close. Well, look at that. The stream just got hacked in a magical fashion by magical. Hey, Leroy, how the heck are you doing? Great to see you again there, Leroy. Happy New Year. Well, of course, Merry Christmas too. Sorry I didn't get to see you before then, but better late than never. Hey there, Spotty a Shark. How you doing? And Wonderful Wars. Great to see you back too. So everybody please give Magical Hack a follow if you could. So Magical, of course, if you want to post anything in the chat, stuff that you've been working on. Obviously, you just finished a stream, so unless you skedaddle off to that photo booth, you won't have anything to show just yet. But these are pretty wild, right? They are from Apache Studio, 3D printed. And yes, they are Lord of the Rings, and yes, they are cats. There's Cat Doff. There's Cat Ladriel. Oh, look at this. There's the Argo Kitties. Not one, but two Argo Kitties. And again, these are from Apache Studio. Oh, and tomorrow, well, the Saturday, our Saturday stream or our Friday stream, sorry, is gonna be Boromeow here. Yep, that's gonna be him. Oh, that sounds fantastic, Magical Hack. And again, Magical Hack, if you got something maybe that's a work in progress or something maybe that's older, well, that obviously folks would like to see that, right? So if you wanted to post any of that, again, please go ahead, feel like you can. And again, everybody please give Magical Hack a follow if you could. That'd be sensational. And so Spotty Shark, great to see you again. And Leroy, I hope that you're doing well. Of course, well, we've been... Here's some of our... Yes, we did connect to Song of Ice and Fire. We did these 4 Clegane Brigands on stream. And, well, here's one of our Christmas ornaments. This was on Armada Monday. We actually did 2 sailing ships there. And speaking of ships, we have still been working on our 1/1800 scale ships because those are fun. You know what? Let me go back to air. Let me get some of this. A little bit of that. Some of this is Fulton here. No, that's a little too much of the red. I'm going to back away from that a bit. Okay, now it's more of a grayish. No, that's still too much. Here, let me get more of a green in that. Now we're getting there. Yep. A little more there too. Okay, because I don't want it to be all just that lighter green. Oh, back to this greenish gray here. So Magical Hack, I hope that things have started well in the new year for you. I hope they've started well for everybody. Except for Wonderful Wars, for Spotty, and for Leroy. Nope, nope, nope. Let's take our blending brush here. Hashtag no layers. We're using just regular oil paints. Regular oil paints out of the tube. By this time tomorrow, this will be mostly dry. Maybe some parts of our floral orange and yellow effect out there might be a little bit still on the tacky side, but yeah, by the time we're painting this, this will be mostly dry. I mean, gee whiz, so what was it? Oh yeah, was it our cat Doff here? That was only just a few days ago. We painted him. Let me see if I can steal a little bit more of this. Again, that's that manganese blue hue. So a little bit more of that on his part facing, well, the sky. And of course, this whole lighting effect is, oh, this is what we did just recently. We painted 3 of these guys up on stream. I think this actually was our, I think this was our Saturday stream. Yeah, this was our Saturday stream last week. Oh, it was our substitute Saturday. Yes, we painted those on Sunday. That is right. We had a substitute Saturday. Where's my, get some of this in here. Again, we're just looking to do some of the same kind of texture that we did on the cat Doff cloak. Get some of that down here into some of those folds. A little bit more of that down in here. Yep, bit more there. Maybe that's a little more than we wanted. Oh, look, we have a blending brush to come in there and just get rid of whatever excess stuff is there. No fuss. Swing it back around again. So here on the X, I think we'll leave what we've got now. I might try to put a little something that's got a little bit of the bluish gray in there. Ever so slightly, yeah, just a little teensy bit there. Yeah, there's a little something, and it's, yeah, just it's mixing right in. There's no reason to be mixing up lots of colors on the palette when we can just let it happen right here on the figure. It makes it a whole lot easier. Hey there, Heavy T, how you doing? So yeah, heavy tea. It's still a surprise that we were able to print these out and paint these. And again, we have Boromeo for our next stream. Ah, yeah, glad that's just a tiny little subtle change. It is a little bit lighter, but it is more the color that I was interested in, trying to get, again, some of that kind of bluish gray in there somehow. Back to that bluish gray. That's going to go in here now. So great to see again their heavy tea. Actually, speaking of tea, geez, I haven't seen steep tea stream in a long, long time. As in months and months and months. So that's again as another. It's not just not really a value change. It's a color change to try and get this dingy bluish gray next to that orange over there on the fur to get a little skin, a little separation there. And then I did notice this paw when I first started working on him. It wasn't until I really started painting up in there I went, wait a minute, what is that thing? Oh, that's a paw. I think, yeah, so a little bit more of our darker stuff here on the glow. Now that we got that lighter bluish green that we put under here, let's take the Perline black, some of our Mars black. So one is a super dark green. The Mars black is a much, well, in some ways, a much cheaper black spinel. Same thing with our darker dots going there. I might still try to get a little bit more of the orange up here. Let me see if we can do that maybe with the fabulous Puro Orange, the transparent color that paints like an opaque. That's just a bizarre, weird property of it. It's one of those unexplained things. It's like the Bermuda Triangle of oil paints or something like that. A mystery, no idea why it does that. Mr. Stark, I don't know if you saw the video where I basically use all three of the Mars Blacks. I use the Gamlin Mars Black, the Winsor Newton Mars Black, and the Mars Black from Williamsburg to compare all three to each other. That's another one of our color theory and oils vids. And of course, we're doing the fabulous color charts with them. It's a real fun way to get a kind of that direct comparison of what they're like, what they can do. Touch more of the orange right there on that. Yeah, Mr. Stud, it's almost kind of like film noir, right? You can sense that's coming. You know there's probably going to be a big difference. And then you see it and you say, holy smokes. Now we'll get this up here. Yeah, Mr. Stark, there's been a couple of occasions where, and the Richardson stuff, that sneaks up on you too. Like I was saying earlier, for whatever reason, the Richardson paints end up being like these weird specialty colors. Now the Puro Orange, originally I got that because a lot of 2D artists, they would use it for skin tones, because when they would mix it with something like A White, it would change dramatically, almost like the same way in Dancer in Blue and Pearling Crimson change. They almost don't look like they're the same color when you add something like, say, a white to them, or some kind of lighter opaque, but generally kind of a white. So kind of is a little bit of our up there. See how the texture pattern, we're starting to get more and more of our texture in there. But we had to be patient. We could not be hasty little hobbitses. With the oils, you can't work too quickly. That's why it's usually recommended that you either have multiple figures to work on, or you can maybe, well, like here, right where I had to base both of these guys earlier. You could be doing some basing or whatever. Now let me move away from this. Let's move back over to here to something that again is not quite so orange. I might even get a little bit more on my green. Speaking of green, there's some of that. Get a greenish gray. A little more to go in that way. There we go. Blending brush here. Some more there. Oh yeah, it's still his tail over there. Keep waiting to see his other boot. Well, there is a little bit of Das Boot there. We'll just get a little something on that. Now we're talking. Some more of our lighter gray down there. I think we're pretty good to go. Yeah, we're pretty good to go on our broken stone floor there. So, yeah, 4.5 hours ago, this is literally what we had because they were both primed at the same time with the same color. I just took the was it the Steinerez black and the Steinerez terracotta, mixed them together, and boom, that's what I got. Then I just brushed it on there real quick. That's all. I mean, you can go with the. You can obviously use the airbrush to prime stuff on, but with the Steinerez, you can also just put it on with a regular old brush. Do I need to? Yeah, I'm going to get me a little bit more of my fast matte white out here then. That's the Gamlin fast matte white. I don't need a ton, just a little. There, but just breaking that down. There's a little chunk of something on the end of the bit. There we go. I think I finally got rid of that. There was a couple little somethings I wanted to do on that. There we go. And you can see it's not a solid line. It's kind of broken up a little bit so that maybe there's little chips or something on the axe. Now on the top of the helmet, let me see what I can do along this edge right here. There's a few things like here that I was hoping to do that. There we go. So that stands out a little bit more. Also right over here, and then some of these, some of the chainmail rings, we need to do that too. And just again, it's a few places. Because we've got a lot of the fire illumination on those rings. We need some ambient light on these rings, especially the stuff that's facing up towards the ambient light. And maybe a little, again, almost like there's some chipping or whatever on the helmet. Let me try that up here. Let me get the, yep, I'm going to hit this a little bit too. Yeah, you never know what Gimli's been hitting with that axe, right, Heavy T? Maybe it ends up accidentally hitting a hobbit, and then he has the ring. You thought Boromir was the only one that was trying to take the ring. So a little more light on top of that too. And now that little edge right there definitely needs to get lighter. Did I do that on this side? Nope, didn't do that on this side. Oh, geez, Heavy T, I gotta remember to make some stickers of our Linseed Fellowship. I keep forgetting to do that. Just like our fabulous juggling flaming chainsaw sticker. Alright, what are we doing here? Some of that. And maybe a couple little of these on that cloak, because they're mixing it with the green just a little bit. And that's the nifty thing about the oils, is as you put that on there, it's physically going to mix with what's on there, because, well, it's wet paint and wet paint. And where's our, there they are. Our fabulous flaming chainsaw keychains. I just made 10 of those as a test. Okay, we got that going. A little bit more of our ambient light on the top of that. Let me... There we go. I had to simplify that. That was getting a little too complex. We had to decomplexify it. Nope. If we're going to do anything there, it would have to be over on this side. So we have a couple little dings and such in the helmet, it looks like. Yeah, the axe. About as light as we want to get with that. These. About as light as we want to get with those. I think we got that edge pretty well set now too on his helmet there. I want to try a little something here with that light on the bottom lid of his eyes. Let me see. Yeah, you know what? That's not so bad. So again, maybe this could have been more like a, say, your typical kind of Persian cat, like almost black fur, something like that. But just wanted to get it more like, well, Gimli's kind of more reddish color beard, right? I mean, we already did have our Gandalf the Gray. It's tough when you have a whole bunch of cats with beards on them. I mean, even, well, I think that's why Boromir looks a little different, because he doesn't have his beard there. But maybe we can do some kind of, oh yeah, some of the freehand type stuff there on Boromir's cloak, on Boromir here. And yeah, I just earlier today just did the basing on these. I think I'm just gonna have them all on there. I think even Cat Ladro, yeah, is also on one of these 50 mil bases right here. Now there is also an Aragorn. There might be a Sauron. I don't know. I'm not so sure about that. I'm going to try to get one last hit of our really dark stuff right up against that light we just put there. Hey there, Arid. Everybody, please give Eric a wave of follow. Of course, Arid, if you want to post your Pinterest link there in the chat, please go ahead. And again, everybody, please give Eric a wave of follow. So great to see you there, Arid. Hopefully, all of the stuff that you were going to have to do, that's all worked out. Everybody, please check out that link that Ira just posted. Actually, Heavy T, that's I think that's probably if he did do one, your name there is probably better than the one that they chose. Yeah, they didn't necessarily. I don't know. Sometimes you're too clever by half. Sometimes. And I think maybe because they were trying to get some of the, like, some flavor of the cat breed in the name somehow, it doesn't necessarily flow all that well. So again, everybody, please be like Heavy T, and again, check out the fabulous jewelry that Arid has posted. I need to get a little more light on that. Oh, and then maybe a reflected light down over there. Oh, that's got a little too much thinner in it. We have to back away from that. Come on, a little more there. There we go, of our lighter stuff. And same deal there. Going back to this on the gloves there. And now, what about something even lighter here on our gloves? It still have a little bit of that burgundy. Ooh, wait a minute. Let's recondition that brush a bit. Now I think we got it. Trying to get a little bit of the light on the fingers here. But again, not so much light that our firelight's not going to look like firelight. Come on. There we go. And a little over here as well. And there. Yeah, that leather belt. I I need to do something that I don't want it to look quite so much like metal. We don't need the as much of the alternating light dark bands like what we have up here. I might need me another little band of something right here. Let me think about that up there. Also, too, there's you get a little something here on that chainmail. And of course, we've been doing the darker primer method on these because, well, there's just no way to get pre-glaze in some of these areas, so just do it the easy way. We kind of call it secondary pre-glaze, where we just do a lot of the lighter dry brush stuff to start with, and then kind of do some glazing over the top of that, which that method you also don't have to worry about what is a staining color or not a staining color. Then it doesn't matter. So quinacridone, magenta, some of those colors we know have zero staining power. All of a sudden, those are just fine to use as a glaze because you're not looking to wipe them away afterwards, like we do with the pre-glaze. Nah, that's a little too much there. Let's do our blending brush to get rid of some of that. And of course, Eric, you'll be doing your usual Saturday stream. Oh, that would be 7 p.m. Pacific time. I'm sure that'll be fabulous. I just keep thinking today must be a Saturday because, well, it was a fabulous college football kind of day, but nope, that was a Thursday. And tomorrow also college football craziness. So 7 p.m. Pacific, Eric and I will be streaming. Again, please give Eric a follow. Got that going in there. I'm going to try and let me see what happens when I bring back some of my dark into here. Now that we've got some of that mid-tone going. So there we go. And again, just like everywhere else, even up here, right, we have that dark, then the light, then the dark. That's what has to happen here if you want to have the lighting effects. Over here, I'm going to, once again, we are going to simplify and decomplexify some of what we got going on over here. Sometimes we'll even use a little bit of paint in the brush instead of just a totally brush totally void of paint to do some blending with. We do, oh good, we still have some of this over here. Because I'm looking right on this, right above here. Right there. And then another one right there. I had to wait to do that because if I get after that too soon, right, the paint's just gonna kind of smear. It's not really going to adhere. So you gotta be patient. You cannot be a hasty little hobbit. Let's get that a little lighter there too. Here we go. So again, the light's coming down. It's going to catch that edge of the helmet there. can try to get a little bit more of my light on the top of that, and then that actually comes down here a little bit more. Yeah, here maybe. Nope, that's gonna be too much light. But that's on the end of his gauntlet right there. You know what? I need to get a little bit more of that reddish color on here. So let's back up a little bit. That gotta be a little bit too much towards the blue. There we go. It's like, what's not quite lining up over there? It's like, oh yeah, we got a little bit too much. That was supposed to go over here, not over there. So we made a little bit of a change. Just a wee bit of a change. So again, going to that ice blue, which that's another one of those new colors of the Richardson variety, and it's one that as I'm joking around, I refer to it as radiant indigo. Essentially, if indigo ever could be had a radiant color version from our fabulous Gamlin Radiance, that would be it. Now, it's definitely not a fast drying color whatsoever. That's the other weird thing about the Puro Orange, is that it does appear to actually dry shockingly fast, which is another reason why it's an interesting choice for doing our source lighting down here, because typically that stuff is going to take a little bit longer to dry. Now let me see if I can get down here. Speaking of the lightest light, let me take some of this. We got our Indian yellow there. That might be a little too much. Let me guess, backtrack to a little bit of the actual floral yellow. I think now we're there. Okay. So Rivless, I know sometimes people will use the old trick of, say, like a napkin or a paper towel or a cheesecloth or something like that, and then they soak it in a water/glue mix to try and so when it dries, it kind of stays in the position that you set it up. So that's typically stuff that folks use for sales. So nice to see you there, Rivless. Okay, we're going to get some more of our lightest yellow, orange, a little bit more of that floral orange. Let's get that. Bring it over here. I think that is more what I want to see. Something like that. Yeah, oh yeah, a little bit more along the edge here with that kind of orangey type color there. Getting a little bit more on it down here. Dropping in a little bit more of our lighter orange here. Maybe some, oh, we already got that about as light as we can get that on the end of his cloak. Gonna back up a little bit there again, away from the yellow. I think here, just with the paint, I was able to sort of straighten that out a little bit. Again, the one thing about these Apache Studio files there, they just ditch their auto supports. Just do your own, because their supports, they're not, they're just too weak, and you'll basically get a failure on every single print. So Rivless, now I guess you'll have to decide what kind of a color scheme you're doing on the Puma there. You know, will it have almost, well, it can't quite have the desert color scheme, but will it have kind of a more Mediterranean theme? Or is it going to be more of a, say, a Northern European color scheme to it? Where it's more just your kind of typical splinter or ambush camo? Or does it get winterized? Maybe for, say, Hungary, or I don't think they would have been anywhere part of Bagration yet. Alright, so now we got a little bit more of the light on the, again, our tile for the, we have another edge here we haven't got caught yet. Let's do this one here. That, and maybe some of these a little. Possibly that edge up there. Now this down here, well, that, you know what, I'm actually gonna maybe take a little bit of this away down here. Let's try some of this here. Also some of that here, so we're gonna just take a little bit of that away. Because, yeah, maybe some of this is blocking the light from getting to it. You know what, I might try to do a little more here, light on the underside of his nose here. There. Some of it there. Tiny touch there. So we got a little bit different color for his schnoz there. Yeah, Revis, I hope that you have a lot of fun with those. Sure that you will. And is that still part of his beard over there? I'm just going to throw a little something in there. And again, if when this dries, any kind of little difference, say where something might have a little bit more of a sheen to it than another color, that usually just equalizes on its own. If it does not, then we just take a little tiny bit of our Army Painter anti-shine and we just brush it over the top. I hope that works out there, Revlis. And of course, well, yeah, experiments are always good. It's always good to experiment with stuff. You never. Sometimes the intended purpose, it ends up maybe not quite doing what you wanted it to do initially, but it works really well for something else. Certainly, have had that happen. As we throw a little bit more of an orange up in there, we're pretty good to go over here. So yeah, I'm sure that you'll have all kinds of fun with that. Again, that's kind of a relatively deeper orange right there. Might even tone some of these Lighter oranges down just a touch here. Also get a little there, the orange kind of going into that fold there a little bit more. Not so much down into here because we got all that stone that's kind of getting in the way of that. And doing some more dots over here. All of this to kind of simulating that texture of the cloth really makes a difference from our metals there, right? Very much of a smoother, shiny surface there. Maybe a little bit of the orange on either side of this because that's really supposed to be more of a rectangle. We have these kind of painted as cylinders here. Those should be more rectangular. As a bit more of our orange up in there. Now here we go. Just let that do a little bit of blending because yeah, it tones all that down without having to do a whole bunch of layers of stuff. Hashtag no layers, not with the oils. No layers. Trying to just, yeah, there's a little choppiness there in that part of it. I think we got that taken care of. Also here, we'll do a similar thing. There we go. Again, that's just kind of mixing on its own there. Nope, see that? I'm going to say that more of the light coming from above rather than from below. Also kind of blocked here. You got this tail. You got this stuff here. So I think that'll block that off. I might need a little something in there. As I don't want to make this too light because in these areas, right, they will not have the same impact. So let's try at least this much. Got a little bit of the perline red, some of our orange. Yeah, okay. Now there's another area where I think I need to go kind of ultralight here. Let me try this. Right there. See, not too close to the edge in there, but right there and another one there. I think that worked out pretty well. Nah, what the heck. What the heck. I'm going to do a little bit of the light there and then on this little part of the pattern here where we can maybe establish a little bit of over and under, over and under. Come on. Trying to make that more of a squared off pattern. Let's get a little bit of reflected light in here too. Nah, that's too much. So we'll just take some of that away with our blending brush because we can do that. Another little bit of our lighter orange along this little stream of light that's going to happen right over here. You know what? I think we'll do that bottom edge there too a little bit. Yeah. So now that part comes forward. See, that sort of Starts to set back a little bit there. Not over there. I think we're gonna avoid doing stuff in there. Just let that. Maybe we also have to have some kind of darker middle tone in there. Anyways. Yeah, let's get a little bit more of this going here. Oh, that's gonna be way too. Let's back off. Two more of this orange. Now we got that pretty well set there. There is just a bit more up here. Because we put all that darker perline black there. That's that dark green. I needed to wait a few minutes before that for that to set. Remember we were talking about that. We gotta let the paint have a chance to set if possible. So then, see some of these crazy chain lengths up here. Maybe I need to, well, when in doubt, make things darker. Maybe that's what I'm going to do here. Like this thing. And some of these. Also, you know what? Maybe. Oh, yeah, that helped. Because that really wouldn't reflect, this down here would reflect the green, but up there doesn't necessarily have to reflect the green. Also, I think I'm going to reach a little bit more of the dark up here. Let me, again, when in doubt, make things darker. This might just be one of those times it's a good idea. Here, let me get this edge a little bit darker there and change that around a little. This is another spot here where I'm going to try and extend this dark over that a little bit. And even there. Yep. Oh, there we go. That's good. Now that, again, that's starting to look a little bit more like metal there. Around the eyes here, I'm going to maybe darken up that green some more. Like you do. Now, I really don't know what we want to do color-wise, at least for the fur on Boromir. We know we want to have some kind of light brown or whatever. I don't think we'll go calico on him or something like that, but we'll have to figure out what we want to do for that. Not sure yet. Even with Gimli, it kind of happened as I just started working on him. Yeah, I had this brown ochre, so yeah, we might just go again with some kind of a brownish color for Boromir. Yeah, dark over there. You know, this over there, that's gonna, I'm gonna change that around a little. I'm gonna take some of that same brown ochre, and that's just gonna mix with what's already there. and that tones it down nicely. Hey there, TJ, how you doing? Happy New Year there, TJ. I hope that you're doing very well. I hope, of course, you had yourself a great Christmas and that the New Year is off to a great start. Is this, you know, a little bit of the violet mix in there. Once again, light and that band of dark, then the light underneath, and that lets the source lighting really do its thing. So again, this was the darker primer, just like that Boromeo that you've been seeing. We took our filbert brushes. You can see it right here. This literally was the very first thing we did, right? We started to dry brush in the object source lighting. We want to establish that right away. That's the first thing we do instead of tacking it on at the end. I mean, we just did these guys last Saturday. Why tack it on at the end and have to basically repaint something 2 or 3 times when you could just kind of lead with that and start out with, oh yeah, why don't we start out with the object source lighting? Then all those other areas we know, okay, there's no point in doing anything there because it's lit by the source lighting. Also, remember our LED flashlight things here, right? Where that shows you where maybe the light should go, where it doesn't go. There's all different colors. There's red, green, blue, violet, you name it. There's even different types of. Here we go. Here's another one. Is this one? Oh yeah, that's kind of that violet type one there. So again, you can get these on Amazon, quite literally a dime a dozen. And that is a really good way for you could even take a picture of your miniature with those lights. You get one that's white, then you could kind of just do your regular lighting, right? You put it from above, maybe you put it to the side or one side or the other. Again, you take a picture of your miniature, now you are set. You basically have yourself a photo reference what you want your miniature to look like before you ever started painting it. So again, just a little food for thought there when it comes to kind of making things just a wee bit easier. All right, that is a little better there. What do we got going on? I'm going to try and... Nope, I need... Oof, okay, not that much thinner. I need a little more. All right, let's take some more of that out of there. Now we're getting there. Same deal right over there. Yep, okay. And perhaps even a little bit of that right here. So yeah, these are 3D printed from Apache Studio. There's a whole, basically all the fellowship. You also have, well, Cat Ladriel. You also have a Golem type kitty there. You also have a Ring Wraith, who's a rat. So he's a rat ghoul. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, definitely like that little bit on the edge there. Now this, I'm going to extend this a bit. So that's we're actually doing our, this is like a micro blending brush as we just take that and just draw it down a little bit. So now it's not quite as, yeah, at first that was a little bit too, just as like a solid end to that line. We needed to have a little more shape to that. Trying to squeeze in a little bit more of our blue here. Well, I mean, it's bluish. It's if you were to compare it to like a regular straight blue out of the tube, you'd say that's just gray. But again, tinting those grays, they could be tinted almost kind of more of a reddish color. They can be tinted almost a greenish color. Okay, so yeah, now we got a little bit more of our blue in there. Right, let me do this. Come on, there we are. But I do think now that we have passed the, oh geez, now we passed the 5 hour mark, and it is, it's 4:20 here in the morning, and we got printing stuff we needs to do. We are going to say thank you so much for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. Also the raids. We had some raids here. And actually it was the first time in a while we had the dual raid of Cap and Kaylee. So we just want to say thanks for all that. We also want to say thanks to Rico. Thank you so much for that contribution. Appreciate that. You can see again what did this look like 5 hours, 10 minutes, and 50 seconds ago. It looked like that. So thanks for joining, Mr. Stark. Hopefully you can catch this one too. Yes, hopefully you can catch this. And again, Mr. Stark, I think we're going to try and paint up some more terrain here on stream as January moves forward. So yeah, this was super fun here. Again, these are from Apache Studio. So very fun. So again, this was our Gimli right here. Again, it's hilarious to see him next to Cat Doff and also to Cat Ladriel. So thanks again, everybody, and I will be here. Let's get a raid countdown going. This is somebody new here, so let's see how that goes. Yeah, this is gonna be fun. Getting our next to last kitty done on our next stream. So thanks again, everybody, and I'll see you on Saturday.